Section 54 of the Columbian Orator by Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Bingham, Section 54. Speech of Galgachus to the Caledonian army. Countrymen and fellow soldiers, when I consider the cause for which we have drawn our swords, and the necessity of striking an effectual blow before we sheathe them again, I feel joyful hopes arising in my mind that this day an opening will be made for the restoration of British liberty and for shaking off the infamous yoke of Roman slavery. Caledonia is yet free. The all-grasping power of Rome has not yet been able to seize our liberty, but it is to be preserved only by valor. You are not to expect to escape the ravage of the general plunderers of mankind by any sentiment of justice in them. When the countries which are more accessible have been subdued, they will then force their way into those which are harder to be overcome. And if they should conquer the dry land over the whole world, they will then think of carrying their arms beyond the ocean to see whether there be not certain unknown regions which they may attack and reduce under subjection to the Roman Empire. For we see that if a country is thought to be powerful in arms, the Romans attack it because the conquest will be glorious. If inconsiderable in the military art, because the victory will be easy. If rich, they are drawn thither by the hope of plunder. If poor, by the desire of fame. The east and the west, the south and the north, the face of the whole earth is the scene of their military achievements. The world is too little for their ambition and their avarice. Their supreme joy seems to be ravaging, fighting, and shedding of blood. And when they have unpeopled a region, so that there are none left alive to bear arms, they say they have given peace to that country. Our distance from the seat of government and our natural defense by the surrounding ocean render us obnoxious to their suspicions, for they know that Britons are born with an instinctive love of liberty, and they conclude that we must naturally be led to think of taking the advantage of our detached situation to disengage ourselves, one time or another, from their oppression. Thus, my countrymen and fellow soldiers, suspected and hated as we ever must be by the Romans, there is no prospect of our enjoying even a tolerable state of bondage under them. Let us then, in the name of all that is sacred, and in defense of all that is dear to us, resolve to exert ourselves, if not for glory, at least for safety, if not in vindication of British honor, at least in defense of our lives. But after all, who are these mighty Romans? Are they gods or mortal men like ourselves? Do we not see that they fall into the same errors and weaknesses as others? Does not peace effeminate them? Does not abundance debauch them? Does not wantonness enervate them? Do they not even go to excess in the most unmanly vices? And can you imagine that they who are remarkable for their vices are likewise remarkable for their valor? What then do we dread? Shall I tell you the truth, my fellow soldiers? It is by means of our intestine divisions that the Romans have gained such great advantage over us. They turn the misconduct of their enemies to their own praise. They boast of what they have done, and say nothing of what we might have done had we been so wise as to unite against them. What is this formidable Roman army? Is it not composed of a mixture of people from different countries, some more, some less capable of bearing fatigue and hardship? They keep together while they are successful. Attack them with vigor, distress them. You will see them more disunited than we are now. Can anyone imagine that Gauls, Germans, and with shame I must add, Britons, who basely lend their limbs and lives to build up a foreign tyranny, can one imagine that these will be longer enemies than slaves, or that such an army is held together by sentiments of fidelity or affection? No. The only bond of union among them is fear, and whenever terror ceases to work upon the minds of that mixed multitude, they who now fear will then hate their tyrannical masters. On our side there is every possible incitement to valor. The Roman courage is not as ours, inflamed by the thoughts of wives and children, in danger of falling into the hands of the enemy. The Romans have not parents as we have, to reproach them if they should desert their infirm old age. They have no country here to fight for. They are a motley collection of foreigners in a land wholly unknown to them, cut off from their native country, hemmed in by the surrounding ocean, and given, I hope, a prey into our hands, without any possibility of escape. Let not the sound of the Roman name affright your ears, nor let the glare of gold or silver upon their armor dazzle your eyes. It is not by gold or silver that men are either wounded or defended, though they are rendered a richer prey to the conquerors. Let us boldly attack this disunited rabble. We shall find among themselves a reinforcement to our army. And what will there be then to fear? A few half-garrisoned forts, a few municipal towns inhabited by worn-out old men, discord universally prevailing, occasioned by tyranny in those who command, and obstinacy in those who should obey. On our side, an army united in the cause of their country, their wives, their children, their aged parents, their lives. At the head of this army, I hope I do not offend against modesty in saying there is a general ready to exert all his abilities, such as they are, and to hazard his life in leading you to victory and to freedom. I conclude, my countrymen and fellow soldiers, with putting you in mind that on your behavior this day depends your future enjoyment of peace and liberty, or your subjection to a tyrannical enemy with all its grievous consequences. When, therefore, you come to engage, think of your ancestors and think of your posterity. End of section 54. Section 55 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 55. Modern Education. Dialogue between a preceptor of an academy and parent of an offered pupil. Preceptor Solus. I am heartily sick of this modern mode of education. Nothing but trash will suit the taste of people at this day. I am perplexed beyond all endurance with these frequent solicitations of parents to give their children graceful airs, polite accomplishments, and a smattering of what they call the fine arts, while nothing is said about teaching them the substantial branches of literature. If they can but dance a little, fiddle a little, flute a little, and make a handsome bow and curtsy, that is sufficient to make them famous in this enlightened age. 3/4 of the teachers of those arts, which once were esteemed most valuable, will soon be out of employment. At this rate, for my part, I am convinced that if I had been a dancing master, music master, stage player, or mountebank, I should have been much more respected and much better supported than I am at present. Enter Parent. Parent, your humble servant, sir. Are you the principal of this academy? Preceptor. I am at your service, sir. Parent. I have heard much of the fame of your institution, and am desirous of putting a son of about 12 years of age under your tuition. I suppose you have masters who teach the various branches of the polite arts. Preceptor. We are not inattentive to those arts, sir, but the fame of our academy does not rest upon them. Useful learning is our grand object. What studies do you wish to put your son upon? Parent. I wish him to be perfected in music, dancing, drawing, etc., and as he possesses a promising genius for poetry, I would by all means have that cultivated. Preceptor. These are not all the branches, I trust, in which he is to be instructed. You mention nothing of reading, writing, arithmetic, language, etc. Are these to be wholly neglected? Parent. Why, as to these everyday branches, I cannot say I feel very anxious about them. The boy reads well now, writes a decent hand, is acquainted with the ground rules of arithmetic, and pronounces the English language genteelly. He has been a long time under the care of Mr. Honestus, our town schoolmaster, who has taught him all these things sufficiently, so that I think any more time devoted to them would be wasted. Preceptor. If he is such an adept that there is no room for his progressing in those arts, yet I think at least there is need of practice, lest at his age he should forget what he has learned. Parent. That I shall leave to your discretion, but there is one branch of great importance which I have not yet mentioned, and to which I would have particular attention paid. I mean the art of speaking. You will find him not deficient in that respect, though perhaps it requires as much practice to make one perfect in that as in any art whatever. He has already learned by heart a great number of pieces, and has acted a part in several comedies and tragedies with much applause. It has been the custom of our master to have an exhibition at least once a quarter, and my son has always been considered as one of his best performers. He lately took the part of Jemmy Jumps in the farce called The Farmer, and acted it to universal acceptation. Preceptor. I must confess, sir, that your account of your son does not appear to me to be very flattering. Parent. Why so, pray? Have you not an ear for eloquence? Preceptor. Indeed I have, sir. No man is more charmed than I am with its enrapturing sounds. No music rests sweeter on my ear than the melodious notes proceeding from the mouth of a judicious, well-instructed, and powerful orator. But I must tell you plainly that I am by no means pleased to see parents take so much pains to transform their children into monkeys instead of men. What signs of oratory do you imagine you can discern in a boy rigged out in a fantastical dress, skipping about the stage like a baboon, in the character of Jemmy Jumps, Betty Jumps, or any other jumper? Parent. Do you not approve of exhibitions, then? Preceptor. Not much, I confess, in the way they are generally conducted. A master who has 4 in a year must necessarily rob his pupils of 1/4 of that time, which in my opinion might be much better employed in attending to what would be useful for them in life. Parent. What can be more useful for a child under such a government as ours than to be able to speak before an audience with a graceful ease and a manful dignity? My son, for aught I know, may be a member of Congress before he dies. Preceptor. For that very reason I would educate him differently. I would lay the foundation of his future fame on the firm basis of the solid sciences, that he might be able in time to do something more than a mere parrot or an ape, who are capable only of speaking the words and mimicking the actions of others. He should first be taught to read. He should likewise be taught to compose for himself, and I would not be wanting in my endeavours to make him a speaker. Parent. Surely, Mr. Preceptor, you must be very wrong in your notions. I have ever pursued a different plan with my children, and there are none in the country, though I say it myself, who are more universally caressed. I have a daughter that has seen but 14 years, who is capable of gracing the politest circles. It is allowed that she can enter and leave a room with as much ease and dignity as any lady of quality whatever, and this is evidently owing altogether to her polite education. I boarded her a year in the capital, where she enjoyed every possible advantage. She attended the most accomplished masters in the ornamental branches of science, visited the genteelest families, and frequented all the scenes of amusement. It is true her letters are not always written quite so accurately as could be wished, yet she dances well, plays well on the pianoforte, and sings like a nightingale. Preceptor. Does she know the art of making a good pudding? Can she darn a stocking well, or is she capable of patching the elbows of her husband's coat, should she ever be so lucky as to get one? If she is to remain ignorant of all such domestic employments, as much as I value her other accomplishments, and as much as I might be in want of a wife, I would not marry her with twice her weight in gold. Parent. Her accomplishments will command her a husband as soon as she wishes, but so long as a single cent of my property remains, her delicate hands shall never be so unworthily employed. Preceptor. But suppose a reverse of fortune should overtake you. What is to become of the child? As you say, she understands nothing of domestic affairs. Will it be more honorable, do you imagine, for her to be maintained by the charity of the people than by her own industry? Parent. There are many ways for her to be supported. I would not have you think she is wholly ignorant of the use of the needle, though she never employed it in so disgraceful a manner as that of darning stockings or botching tattered garments. But we will waive that subject and attend to the other. Will you receive the boy for the purposes before mentioned? Preceptor. Why, indeed, sir, I cannot. Though I am far from condemning altogether your favorite branches, yet I consider them all as subordinate, and some of them at least totally useless. We devote but a small portion of our time to the attainment of such superficial accomplishments. I would therefore recommend it to you to commit him to the care of those persons who have been so successful in the instruction of his sister. Parent. I confess I am so far convinced of the propriety of your method, that if you will admit him into your academy, I will renounce all right of dictating to you his lessons of instruction, except in one single instance, and in that I am persuaded we shall not disagree. I mean the art of speaking. Preceptor. I shall agree to that, only under certain limitations. That is an art which undoubtedly demands our solicitous attention, but it ought never to be pursued to the injury of other studies. I am sensible that it is no less useful to a pupil than entertaining to an audience to exercise him occasionally on the stage in declaiming judicious and well-written compositions, and pronouncing such selected dialogues as will tend to give gracefulness to his attitude and familiarity to his tones and gestures. But admitting that time could be spared from more important pursuits, I see but little good resulting from the exhibition of whole comedies and tragedies in our academies and schools, while much evil is to be feared, both from the immorality of the plays and the dissipation it introduces into society. Besides, all boys are not calculated for orators, and though Demosthenes surmounted almost insuperable difficulties in the acquirement of his art, it is folly to suppose that his example is capable of universal imitation. I cannot believe it a very pleasing entertainment to a discerning audience to see a boy without talents mounted upon the rostrum spouting forth sentences which he does not understand, and which perhaps are chosen with as little judgment as they are delivered with propriety. But what can be more disgusting than to see innocent and timid females, whose excellence in part consists in their modesty and silence before superiors, encouraged to reverse the order of nature by playing the orator on a public stage? And what often enhances our disgust and sickens all our feelings is that their lips are taught to pronounce sentiments extracted from the very dregs of the European drama. Parent. Then it seems you do not approve of females speaking at all. Preceptor. Not on a public stage, unless I wish to see them divested of half their charms. Such masculine employments as ill become them, as the labors of the field or the habits of the stronger sex. I would have them taught to read and pronounce well at school, but nature never designed them for public orators, much less that they should be degraded to the vile purpose of entertaining the votaries of theatrical amusements. Parent, why you differ widely from many whose pride is to be considered as the standards of modern taste, it does not now offend against the rules of delicacy for the different sexes to make exchange of garments now and then, provided the grand object of amusement be promoted by it. I was in Boston last week, and there I saw a beautiful young lady, rigged out from top to toe in men's apparel, astride a gay horse, parading through the streets for the entertainment of the ladies and gentlemen of that polite metropolis, and none appeared to be offended, except a few who had not attained a relish for refined pleasures. Preceptor. Yes, and I am told that at their theatres it is no uncommon thing for a woman to make her appearance in that apparel, with a sword by her side, strutting across the stage and swearing oaths big enough to choke an Algerine parrot. And yet it is so agreeable to the modern ton that even ladies of distinguished refinement are ashamed to blush at her. Parent, you have made me so far a convert to your sentiments on this subject, and given me such proofs of your superior judgment in the education of youth, that I am determined to commit my son without any reserve to your care and instruction. Till you hear from me again, I am, sir, your obedient servant. End of section 55. Section 56 of the Columbian Orator by Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Bingham. Section 56. The existence of God demonstrated from the works of creation, being a sermon preached at Providence by Jonathan Maxcy, A.M., President of Rhode Island College, 1795, from Romans 1:20. N.B. When found expedient, the following sermon may conveniently be divided into 3 or 4 parts, suitable for declamations. The author of this work did not intend at first to insert the whole, but in attempting to make a selection, he could find no part which he was willing to leave. Nothing will more effectually guard us against vice than a firm belief in the existence of God. For surely if we realize that there is such a being, we shall naturally infer from his perfections, from the nature of his moral government, and from our situation as rational creatures, that we are amenable at his awful tribunal. Superior power, wisdom, and goodness always lay us under restraint, and command our veneration. These, even in a mortal, overawe us. They restrain not only the actions, but the words and thoughts of the most vicious and abandoned. Our happiness depends on our virtue. Our virtue depends on the conformity of our hearts and conduct to the laws prescribed us by our beneficent Creator. Of what vast importance then is it to our present as well as future felicity to possess in our hearts a feeling sense, and in our understanding a clear conviction of the existence of that being, whose power and goodness are unbounded, whose presence fills immensity, and whose wisdom, like a torrent of lightning, emanates through all the dark recesses of eternal duration. How great must be the effect of a sense of the presence of the great Creator and Governor of all things, to whom belong the attributes, eternity, independency, perfect holiness, inflexible justice, and inviolable veracity, complete happiness and glorious majesty, supreme right and unbounded dominion. A sense of accountability to God will retard the eager pursuit of vice. It will humble the heart of the proud. It will bridle the tongue of the profane and snatch the knife from the hand of the assassin. A belief of the existence of God is the true original source of all virtue and the only foundation of all religion, natural or revealed. Set aside this great luminous truth, erase the conviction of it from the heart, you then place virtue and vice on the same level. You drive afflicted innocence into despair. You add new effrontery to the marred visage of guilt. You plant thorns in the path and shed an impenetrable gloom over the prospects of the righteous. Sin has alienated the affections and diverted the attention of men from the great Jehovah. Darkness has covered the earth, and gross darkness the people. Men have worshipped the works of their own hands and neglected the true God, though his existence and perfections were stamped in glaring characters on all creation. From the regularity, order, beauty, and conservation of this great system of things of which man makes a part, from the uniform tendency of all its divisions to their proper ends, the existence of God shines as clearly as the sun in the heavens. From the things that are made, says the text, are seen his eternal power and Godhead. 1. Man himself is a proof of God's existence. Let us place him before us in his full stature. We are at once impressed with the beautiful organization of his body, with the orderly and harmonious arrangement of his members. Such is the disposition of these, that their motion is the most easy, graceful, and useful that can be conceived. We are astonished to see the same simple matter diversified into so many different substances of different qualities, size, and figure. If we pursue our researches through the internal economy, we shall find that all the different opposite parts correspond to each other with the utmost exactness and order, that they all answer the most beneficent purposes. This wonderful machine, the human body, is animated, cherished, and preserved by a spirit within which pervades every particle, feels in every organ, warns us of injury, and administers to our pleasures. Erect in stature, man differs from all other animals. Though his foot is confined to the earth, yet his eye measures the whole circuit of heaven, and in an instant takes in thousands of worlds. His countenance is turned upward to teach us that he is not, like other animals, limited to the earth, but looks forward to brighter scenes of existence in the skies. Whence came this erect, orderly, beautiful constitution of the human body? Did it spring up from the earth, self-formed? Surely not. Earth itself is inactive matter. That which has no motion can never produce any. Man surely could not, as has been vainly and idly supposed, have been formed by the fortuitous concurrence of atoms. We behold the most exact order in the constitution of the human body. Order always involves design. Design always involves intelligence. That intelligence which directed the orderly formation of the human body must have resided in a being whose power was adequate to the production of such an effect. Creation surely is the prerogative of a self-existent, uncaused being. Finite creatures may arrange and dispose, but they cannot create, they cannot give life. It is a universal law through all nature that like produces like. The same laws most probably obtain through the whole system in which we are connected. We have therefore no reason to suppose that angels created man. Neither can we without the greatest absurdity admit that he was formed by himself or by mere accident. If in the latter way, why do we never see men formed so in the present day? Why do we never see the clods of earth brightening into human flesh, and the dust under our feet crawling into animated forms and starting up into life and intelligence? If we even admit that either of the aforementioned causes might have produced man, yet neither of them could have preserved him in existence one moment. There must therefore be a God, uncaused, independent, and complete. The nobler part of man clearly evinces this great truth. When we consider the boundless desires and the inconceivable activity of the soul of man, we can refer his origin to nothing but God. How astonishing are the reasoning faculties of man! How surprising the power of comparing, arranging, and connecting his ideas! How wonderful is the power of imagination! On its wings, in a moment, we can transport ourselves to the most distant part of the universe. We can fly back and live the lives of all antiquity, or surmount the limits of time, and sail along the vast range of eternity. Whence these astonishing powers, if not from a God of infinite wisdom, goodness, and power? 2. The invisible things of him from the creation of the world, says the text, are clearly seen. Let us for a moment behold our earth. With what a delightful scene are we here presented! The diversification of its surface into land and water, islands and lakes, springs and rivers, hills and valleys, mountains and plains, renders it to man doubly enchanting. We are entertained with an agreeable variety without being disgusted by a tedious uniformity. Everything appears admirably formed for our profit and delight. There the valleys are clothed in smiling green, and the plains are bending with corn. Here is the gentle hill to delight the eye, and beyond, slow rising from the earth, swells the huge mountain, and with all its load of waters, rocks, and woods, heaves itself up into the skies. Why this pleasing vast deformity of nature? Undoubtedly for the benefit of man. From the mountains descend streams to fertilize the plains below, and cover them with wealth and beauty. The earth not only produces everything necessary to support our bodies, but to remedy our diseases and gratify our senses. Who covered the earth with such a pleasing variety of fruits and flowers? Who gave them their delightful fragrance and painted them with such exquisite colors? Who causes the same water to whiten in the lily that blushes in the rose? Do not these things indicate a cause infinitely superior to any finite being? Do they not directly lead us to believe the existence of God, to admire his goodness, to revere his power, to adore his wisdom in so happily accommodating our external circumstances to our situation and internal constitution? 3. But how are we astonished to behold the vast ocean rolling its immense burden of waters? Who gave it such a configuration of particles as to render it movable by the least pressure, and at the same time so strong as to support the heaviest weights? Who spread out this vast highway of all the nations under heaven? Who gave it its regular motion? Who confined it within its bounds? A little more motion would disorder the whole world. A small incitement on the tide would drown whole kingdoms. Who restrains the proud waves when the tempest lifts them to the clouds? Who measured the great waters and subjected them to invariable laws? That great being who placed the sand for the bound thereof by a perpetual decree that it cannot pass. And though the waves thereof toss themselves, yet can they not prevail. Though they roar, yet can they not pass over. With reason may we believe that from the things that are made are clearly seen eternal power and wisdom. 4. Passing by the numerous productions and appendages of the earth, let us rise from it and consider the body of air with which we are surrounded. What a convincing proof do we here find of the existence of God! Such is the subtlety and transparency of the air, that it receives the rays of the sun and stars, conveying them with inconceivable velocity to objects on the earth, rendering them visible, and decorating the whole surface of the globe with an agreeable intermixture of light, shade, and colors. But still this air has a sufficient consistency and strength to support clouds and all the winged inhabitants. Had it been less subtle, it would have intercepted the light. Had it been more rarefied, it would not have supported its inhabitants, nor have afforded sufficient moisture for the purposes of respiration. What then but infinite wisdom could have tempered the air so nicely as to give it sufficient strength to support clouds for rain, to afford wind for health, and at the same time to possess the power of conveying sound and light? How wonderful is this element! How clearly does it discover infinite wisdom, power, and goodness! 5. But when we cast our eyes up to the firmament of heaven, we clearly see that it declares God's handiwork. Here the immense theater of God's works opens upon us and discloses 10,000 magnificent, splendid objects. We dwindle to nothing in comparison with this august scene of beauty, majesty, and glory. Who reared this vast arch over our heads? Who adorned it with so many shining objects, placed at such immense distances from each other, regular in their motions, invariably observing the laws to which they were originally subjected? Who placed the sun at such a convenient distance as not to annoy but refresh us? Who, for so many ages, has caused him to rise and set at fixed times? Whose hand directs, and whose power restrains him in his course, causing him to produce the agreeable changes of day and night, as well as the variety of seasons? The order, harmony, and regularity in the revolutions of the heavenly bodies are such incontestable proofs of the existence of God that an eminent poet well said, "An undevout astronomer is mad." In the time of Cicero, when the knowledge of astronomy was very imperfect, he did not hesitate to declare that, in his opinion, the man who asserted the heavenly bodies were not framed and moved by a divine understanding was himself void of all understanding. Well, indeed it is said that the heavens declare the glory of God. This great being is everywhere present. He exists all around us. He is not, as we are apt to imagine, at a great distance. Wherever we turn, his image meets our view. We see him in the earth, in the ocean, in the air, in the sun, moon, and stars. We feel him in ourselves. He is always working round us. He performs the greatest operations, produces the noblest effects, discovers himself in 1,000 different ways, and yet the real God remains unseen. All parts of creation are equally under his inspection. Though he warms the breast of the highest angel in heaven, yet he breathes life into the meanest insect on earth. He lives through all his works, supporting all by the word of his power. He shines in the verdure that clothes the plains, in the lily that delights the vale, and in the forest that waves on the mountain. He supports the slender reed that trembles in the breeze, and the sturdy oak that defies the tempest. His presence cheers the inanimate creation. Far in the wilderness, where human eye never saw, where the savage foot never trod, there he bids the blooming forest smile, and the blushing rose opens its leaves to the morning sun. There he causes the feathered inhabitants to whistle their wild notes to the listening trees and echoing mountains. There nature lives in all her wanton wildness. There the ravished eye, hurrying from scene to scene, is lost in one vast blush of beauty. From the dark stream that rolls through the forest, the silver-scaled fish leap up and dumbly mean the praise of God. Though man remains silent, yet God will have praise. He regards, observes, upholds, connects, and equals all. The belief of his existence is not a point of mere speculation and amusement. It is of inconceivable importance to our present as well as future felicity. But while we believe there is a God, we should be extremely careful to ascertain with as much accuracy as possible what is his real nature. The most prominent features of this are exhibited in that incomprehensible display of wisdom, power, and goodness made in the works of creation. A virtuous man stands in a relation to God which is peculiarly delightful. The divine perfections are all engaged in his defense. He feels powerful in God's power, wise in his wisdom, good in his goodness. The vicious man, on the contrary, stands in a relation to God which is of all things the most dreadful. He is unwilling to know that God has sufficient wisdom to search out all his wickedness, sufficient goodness to the universe to determine to punish that wickedness, and sufficient power to execute that determination. A firm belief in the existence of God will heighten all the enjoyments of life, and by conforming our hearts to his will secure the approbation of a good conscience, and inspire us with the hopes of a blessed immortality. Never be tempted to disbelieve the existence of God, when everything around you proclaims it in a language too plain not to be understood. Never cast your eyes on creation without having your souls expanded with this sentiment: there is a God. When you survey this globe of earth with all its appendages, when you behold it inhabited by numberless ranks of creatures, all moving in their proper spheres, all verging to their proper ends, all animated by the same great source of life, all supported at the same great bounteous table, when you behold not only the earth but the ocean and the air swarming with living creatures, all happy in their situation, when you behold yonder sun darting in effulgent blaze of glory over the heavens, garnishing mighty worlds and waking 10,000 songs of praise, when you behold unnumbered systems diffused through vast immensity, clothed in splendor and rolling in majesty, when you behold these things, your affections will rise above all the vanities of time, your full souls will struggle with ecstasy, and your reason, passions, and feelings, all united, will rush up to the skies with a devout acknowledgement of the existence, power, wisdom, and goodness of God. Let us behold him. Let us wonder. Let us praise and adore. These things will make us happy. They will wean us from vice and attach us to virtue. As a belief of the existence of God is a fundamental point of salvation, he who denies it runs the greatest conceivable hazard. He resigns the satisfaction of a good conscience, quits the hopes of a happy immortality, and exposes himself to destruction. All this for what? For the short-lived pleasures of a riotous, dissolute life? How wretched when he finds his atheistical confidence totally disappointed. Instead of his beloved sleep and insensibility with which he so fondly flattered himself, he will find himself still existing after death, removed to a strange place. He will then find that there is a God who will not suffer his rational creatures to fall into annihilation as a refuge from the just punishment of their crimes. He will find himself doomed to drag on a wretched train of existence in unavailing woe and lamentation. Alas, how astonished will he be to find himself plunged in the abyss of ruin and desperation. God forbid that any of us should act so unwisely as to disbelieve when everything around us proclaims his existence. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Columbian Orator by Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Bingham. Section 57. The Dignity of Human Nature. Extract of an oration delivered at Rhode Island College, 1796. Guided by reason, man has traveled through the abstruse regions of the philosophic world. He has originated rules by which he can direct the ship through the pathless ocean and measure the comet flight over the fields of unlimited space. He has established society and government. He can aggregate the profusions of every climate and every season. He can meliorate the severity and remedy the imperfections of nature herself. All these things he can perform by the assistance of reason. By imagination, man seems to verge towards creative power. Aided by this, he can perform all the wonders of sculpture and painting. He can almost make the marble speak. He can almost make the brook murmur down the painted landscape. Often on the pinions of imagination he soars aloft where the eye has never traveled, where other stars glitter on the mantle of night, and a more effulgent sun lights up the blushes of morning. Flying from world to world, he gazes on all the glories of creation, or lighting on the distant margin of the universe, darts the eye of fancy over the mighty void, where power creative never yet has energized, where existence still sleeps in the wide abyss of possibility. By imagination, he can travel back to the source of time, converse with the successive generations of men, and kindle into emulation while he surveys the monumental trophies of ancient art and glory. He can sail down the stream of time until he loses sight of stars and sun by wandering into those retired parts of eternity when the heavens and the earth shall be no more. To these unequivocal characteristics of greatness in man, let us adduce the testimony of nature herself. Surrounding creation subserves the wants and proclaims the dignity of man. For him day and night visit the world, for him the seasons walk their splendid round, for him the earth teems with riches, and the heavens smile with beneficence. All creation is accurately adjusted to his capacity for bliss. He tastes the dainties of festivity, breathes the perfumes of morning, revels on the charms of melody, and regales his eye with all the painted beauties of vision. Whatever can please, whatever can charm, whatever can expand the soul with ecstasy of bliss, allures and solicits his attention. All things beautiful, all things grand, all things sublime, appear in native loveliness, and proffer man the richest pleasures of fruition. End of section 57. Section 58 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Section 58, Infernal Conference. Satan, friends and confederates, welcome. For this proof of your affiance, thanks. On every call, whether we need your counsel or your arms, joyful I see your ready zeal displays virtues which hell itself cannot corrupt. I mean not to declaim, the occasion told speaks its own import, and the time's dispatch all waste of words forbids. God's Son on earth, Christ, the revealed Messiah, how to oppose is now the question. By what force or power? Temptations have been tried, I name not them, or dark conspiracy. We may pull down this Son of righteousness from his bright sphere, declare who can. I pause for a reply. Baal, why thus on me, as I were worthy, me lost being like yourselves, as I alone could compass this high argument, on me least in your sapient conclave, why you point these scrutinizing looks, I muse, and awed by this your expectation, fain would shrink from the great task to silence, had you not o'er these poor faculties such full control as to put by all pleas and call them forth in heaven or earth, or hell's profound abyss, yours in all uses, present at all hours. Our kingly chief hath told us we are met to combat Christ on earth. Be it so. We yet may try our fortune in another field. Worse fortune than in heaven befell our arms. Worse downfall than to hell we cannot prove. But with the scene our action too must change. How? To what warfare? Circumvention, fraud, seduction? These are earthly weapons. These as man to man opposes. So must we to Christ incarnate. There be some who cry, hence with such dastard arts, war, open war. I honor such bold counselors, and yield all that I can, my praise, till one be found, one that may rival God's own Son in power, and miracle to miracle oppose. More than my praise I cannot. My assent I will not give, 'twere madness. And how war with God? What arms may we employ against him, whose very prophets can call down heaven's fires upon our priests and altars? For myself, what powers I had I shall not soon forget. What I have left I know, and for your use shall husband as I may, not vainly risk where they must surely fail. The Jews pretend that Christ colludes with Beelzebub. The Jews as far mistake my nature as my name. The fallacy, O peers, confutes itself, forged to disparage Christ, not honor me. Oh, that I had his wonder-working powers! I'm not that fool to turn them on myself. No, my brave friends, I've yet too much to lose. Therefore, no more of Beelzebub and Christ. No league, no compact can we hold together. What then ensues? Despair? Perish the thought. The brave renounce it, and the wise prevent. You are both wise and brave. Our leader says temptations have been tried, and tried in vain, himself the tempter. Who will tread that ground where he was foiled? For Adam a mere toy, an apple served. Christ is not bribed by worlds. So much the second man exceeds the first in strength and glory. But though Christ himself will not be tempted, those who hear him may. Jews may be urged to envy, to revenge, to murder, a rebellious race of old. Wist ye not what a train this preacher hath, what followers, what disciples? These are men, mere men, frail sons of Adam, born in sin. Here is our hope. I leave it to your thoughts. Moloch. My thoughts, it seems, are known before I speak. War, open war, is all my note. I rise to thank the prophet who thus reads my heart, where honesty should wear it in my face. That face from danger I did never hide. How then from him? Nor am I by his praise more honored than by his dissenting voice. For whilst he counsels circumvention, fraud, seduction, if my memory wrong his words, I yield it to correction. We stand off wide as the poles apart. Much I had hoped when the great tempter failed, and in your ears sung his own honor's dirge, we had heard the last of plots and mean temptations. Mean I call them, for great names cannot sanctify mean deeds. Satan himself knows I opposed the attempt, appealed, protested. My thrice honored chief knows it full well, and blushes for the event. And are we now caballing how to outwit a few poor harmless fishermen? For such are Christ's disciples. How to gull and cheat their simple hearts of honesty? O peers, for shame, if not for pity, leave them that beggars virtue. And is this the theme, the mighty theme, which now employs the thoughts of your immortal synod? Shame, O shame, princes, dominions, archangelic thrones, imperial lords, these were your titles once. By these names ye were known above the stars. Shame not your ancient dignities, nor sink beneath the vilest of the sons of men, whisperers, informers, spies. If Christ be God, fight, as becometh you to fight with God. If man, and sure his birth bespeaks no more, why all this preparation, this consult, these mighty machinations and cabals? Off with your foe at once, dismiss him hence, where all his brother prophets have been sent. Where his precursor John is gone before, whose voice still echoes through this wilderness. Repent ye, for God's kingdom is at hand. Prepare ye the Lord's way. It is prepared. It leads to death. It marshals him the road to that oblivious bourne whence none return. Herod yet lives, another royal feast, another wanton dance, and he, for whom so many innocents were slain, shall fall. Once vanquished, are we therefore to despair? In heaven unequal battle we provoked, though vast our host, the million was with God. On earth, inquire of all the nations round whom they will serve. With one voice they reply, we are their gods. They feed us with their blood. Their sons and daughters they make pass through fire to do us grace. If their own flesh they give, shall they withhold to sacrifice a foe? 12 tribes were all Jehovah had on earth, and 10 are lost. Of this small remnant, few and wretched are the friends that league with heaven. And where is now Christ's promised reign on earth? When God's own servants rise against his Son, and those to whom the promises were given revolt from their Messiahs, can we wish greater revenge? What need have we to tempt those who have hearts rebellious as our own, as prompt to malice, no less prone to vex God's righteous spirit? And let come what may, it comes not to our loss, rather our gain. Let God arise to vengeance. Let him pour destruction on his temple, whose proud height our chief can witness, measured by his fall. Let him not leave one stone upon another, as his rash son hath menaced. Let his wrath through all the inhospitable earth disperse his scattered tribes. Such ever be the fate of all his worshippers. May scorn, contempt, derision be their lot, and may their God never recall his curse. Are we, O peers, to mourn for his Jerusalem? Our joy springs from confusion. Enmity twixt God and man is our best triumph. For myself, war is my harvest. Then my altars blaze brightest when human victims feed the flame. Belial. After so many peaceful ages past, since first emerging from hell's dark abyss, roused by our archangelic chief, we sprung up to this middle region, and here seized on this terrestrial globe, created first for man, our vassal now, where at full ease, lords of the elements and gods adored, we reign and revel undisturbed of heaven. If God, whose jealousy be sure ill brooks, that this fair world should be so long possessed by us, his exiled angels, and his name pent up in Palestine, should now arouse his slumbering wrath, and his best strength put forth to wrestle for lost empire and our earth. As we in evil hour his heaven assail, who of this mighty synod but must own the provocation warrants the retort? If then the Maker of mankind hath cause to meditate their rescue, we no less have cause to oppose the attempt, and hold them fast to their allegiance in despite of heaven. Much then we owe to our great leader's care, who ever watchful o'er the public weal calls us to this full council, here to meet in grave consult how best we may repair past disappointments and repel the spite of this new champion levelled at our shrines. Great is the trouble of my thoughts, O peers, and much perplexed am I with doubts. What name, nature, and office to ascribe to Christ? In form, the lowliest of the sons of men, in miracles omnipotent as God, whose voice controls the stoutest of our host, bids the graves open, and their dead come forth, whose very touch is health, who with a glance pervades each heart, absolves it, or condemns, whose virgin birth credulity scarce owns, and nature disavows. Praised to all time, immortal as himself, be the renown of that wise spirit, who shall devise the means by force or fraud to overthrow the power of this mysterious foe. What shall I say? Priest, prophet, king, Messiah, Son of God. Yet how God's unity, which well we know endures no second, should adopt a Son, and essence indivisible divide, baffles my weak conjecture. Let that pass. To such hard doctrines I subscribe no faith. I'll call him man inspired, and wait till death give sentence of mortality upon him. Meanwhile, let circumspection on our part fill all the anxious interim. Alarm Rome's jealousy, stir up the captious spleen of the proud Pharisee, beset him round with snares to catch him, urge the envious priests, for envy still beneath the altar lurks, and note the man he trusts. Mammon could tell, though Mammon boasts not of his own success, how few of human mould have yet withstood his glittering golden lures. The sword can kill man's body, gold destroys his very soul. Yet mark me well, I counsel not to tempt the master. Poverty can do no more than his own mortifying penance does, hunger and thirst, and obstinately starve, when his mere wish could make the rock a spring, and its hard fragments bread. Yet sure I am all are not Christs in heart, who with their lips confess him. These are men, and therefore frail and corruptible, and let none say fear prompts this counsel. I disclaim all fear but for the general cause. In every heart nature hath built my altar, every sect, nation, and language with one voice confess pleasure, the sovereign good. The stoic churl, the dogged cynic snarling in his tub, and all the ragged moralizing crew are hypocrites. Philosophy itself is but my votary beneath a cloak. It harms not me, though every idol god were tumbled from his base. Alike I scorn Samson's strong nerve and Daniel's flaming zeal. And let Christ preach his mortifying rules. Let him go forth through all the Gentile world, and on the ruin of our fanes erect his church triumphant o'er the gates of hell. Still man's heart will draw the secret sigh for pleasures unenjoyed, the gloomy cell and melancholy fast, the midnight prayer, and pale contrition weeping o'er her lamp, are penances from which the sense revolts, fines that compounding superstition pays for pleasures past, or bribes for more to come. Satan. Enough of this vain boast, more than enough of these voluptuous strains, which, though they lull the ear, disarm the soul of its best attribute. Not gaudy flowers are called for medicine, but the humble weed. True wisdom, ever frugal of her speech, gives sage advice in plain and homely words. The sum of all our reasoning ends in this, that nothing but the death of Christ can solve the mystery of his nature. Till he falls, scarce can I say we stand. All voices then, though varying in the means, conspire his death, some cautiously as Baal, some with zeal precipitate as Moloch, whose swift thought vaults over all impediments to seize the goal of his ambition. But, O peers, ours is no trivial care. Direct your sight along the ranks of that redeemed host. On us hangs all their safety. Night and day my anxious thoughts are laboring in their cause, and whilst Christ walks the earth I take no rest, a watchful spy forever at his side, noting each word and deed. Sometimes I mix with the selected 12 that page his steps. Of these, though some have wavered, none is false, save one alone, Iscariot, he by name. The taint of avarice hath touched his heart. I've marked him for my own. Hear, princes, hear. This night the priests and elders will convene their secret conclave. I am in their hearts, burning with envy, malice, and revenge. Their only thought is how to tangle Christ, in whom of force I own no guile is found, but gentleness instead and perfect truth, a lamb in nature without spot and pure, fit victim therefore for their paschal rites, which now are near at hand. Apt is the hour, apt are the instruments. What now remains but to send forth a tempter, to persuade Iscariot to betray his master's life, and damn himself for gold? Speak, is there one in this patriot circle whom all eyes point out for this emprise? Most sure there is. Belial hath well predicted of our choice. Mammon, stand forth, on thee the election lights. Mammon. Prince of this world, to whom these armies owe loss but for thee in everlasting night, the glorious prospect of yon rising sun, 'tis not to evade the labour, but prevent the failure of your hopes, that I beseech your wisdom to correct its choice, and lodge this arduous embassy in abler hands. Nathless, if such your will and my compeers adjudge me to this service, I submit. In me is no repugnance, no delay, for ever what these toiling hands could do, or patient thoughts devise, that I have done, whether in heaven ordained to undermine God's adamantine throne, or doomed to dig the solid sulphur of hell's burning soil, fearless I wrought, and were there no tongues else to vouch my services, these scars would speak. How many daintier spirits do I see, fair as in heaven, and in fresh bloom of youth, whilst I, with shrivelled sinews cramped and scorched midst pestilential damps and fiery blasts, drag, as you see, a miserable load, age struck, without the last resource of death, this for myself no more. You are not to learn the snares which I employ are golden snares. These are my arts, and like the crafty slave who in Rome's circus hurls the fatal net over his fierce pursuer, so oft times have I entangled the proud hearts of men, and made their courage stoop to shameful bribes paid for dishonest deeds, perjuries, and plots that draw them off from God, who else had filled his courts ere now with guests and peopled heaven. These weapons and these hands you still command. So dear I hold the general cause at heart. So disciplined am I in duty's school, that reckless of all hazard, I present myself your servant, or if so fate wills your sacrifice. For though from mortal man discomfiture I dread not, yet if Christ, whom the great tempter foiled not, shall stand forth the champion of his followers, witness for me, you my brave peers, and this angelic host, I sought not this bold height, whence if I fall, I do but fall where Satan could not stand. Satan, go then, go, brave adventurer, go where glory calls. Auspicious thoughts engender in my breast, and now prophetic visions burst upon me. I see the traitor Judas, with a band of midnight ruffians, seize his peaceful Lord. They drag him to the bar, accuse, condemn. He bleeds, he dies. Darkness involves the rest. Ascend the air, brave spirit, and midst the shout of grateful myriads, wing thy course to fame. End of section 58. Section 59 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 59, extract from Mr. Pitt's speech in the British Parliament, May 13, 1777. My lords, this is a flying moment. Perhaps but 6 weeks left to arrest the dangers that surround us. It is difficult for government, after all that has passed, to shake hands with defiers of the king, defiers of the parliament, defiers of the people. I am a defier of nobody, but if an end is not put to this war, there is an end to this kingdom. I do not trust my judgment in my present state of health. This is the judgment of my better days, the result of 40 years' attention to America. They are rebels, but what are they rebels for? Surely not for defending their unquestionable rights. What have these rebels done heretofore? I remember when they raised 4 regiments on their own bottom and took Louisburg from the veteran troops of France. But their excesses have been great. I do not mean their panegyric, but must observe in extenuation the erroneous and infatuated counsels which have prevailed. The door to mercy and justice has been shut against them, but they may still be taken up upon the grounds of their former submission. I state to you the importance of America. It is a double market, a market of consumption and a market of supply. This double market for millions with naval stores you are giving to your hereditary rival. America has carried you through 4 wars and will now carry you to your death if you do not take things in time. In the sportsman's phrase, when you have found yourselves at fault, you must try back. You have ransacked every corner of Lower Saxony, but 40,000 German boors never can conquer 10 times the number of British freemen. They may ravage, they cannot conquer. But you would conquer, you say. Why, what would you conquer? The map of America? I am ready to meet any general officer on the subject. What will you do out of the protection of your fleet? In the winter, if together, they are starved, and if dispersed, they are taken off in detail. I am experienced in spring hopes and vernal promises. I know what ministers throw out, but at last will come your equinoctial disappointment. They tell you what? That your army will be as strong as it was last year, when it was not strong enough. You have gained nothing in America but stations. You have been 3 years teaching them the art of war. They are apt scholars, and I will venture to tell your lordships that the American gentry will make officers enough, fit to command the troops of all the European powers. What you have sent there are too many to make peace, too few to make war. If you conquer them, what then? You cannot make them respect you. You cannot make them wear your cloth. You will plant an invincible hatred in their breasts against you. Coming from the stock they do, they can never respect you. If ministers are founded in saying there is no sort of treaty with France, there is still a moment left. The point of honor is still saved. France must be as self-destroying as England to make a treaty while you are giving her America at the expense of 12 millions a year. The intercourse has produced everything to France, and England, poor old England, must pay for all. I have at different times made different propositions adapted to the circumstances in which they were offered. The plan contained in the former bill is now impracticable. The present motion will tell you where you are and what you have now to depend upon. It may produce a respectable division in America and unanimity at home. It will give America an option. She has yet made no option. You have said, lay down your arms, and she has given you the Spartan answer, come and take them. I will get out of my bed on Monday to move for an immediate redress of all their grievances and for continuing to them the right of disposing of their own property. This will be the herald of peace. This will open the way for treaty. This will show that Parliament is sincerely disposed. Yet still much must be left to treaty. Should you conquer this people, you conquer under the cannon of France, under a masked battery then ready to open. The moment a treaty with France appears, you must declare war, though you had only 5 ships of the line in England, but France will defer a treaty as long as possible. You are now at the mercy of every little German chancery, and the pretensions of France will increase daily, so as to become an avowed party in either peace or war. We have tried for unconditional submission. Let us try what can be gained by unconditional redress. Less dignity will be lost in the repeal than in submitting to the demands of German chanceries. We are the aggressors. We have invaded them. We have invaded them as much as the Spanish Armada invaded England. Mercy cannot do harm. It will seat the king where he ought to be, throned on the hearts of his people, and millions at home and abroad, now employed in obloquy or revolt, would then pray for him. End of section 59. Section 60 of the Columbian Orator by Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Bingham. Section 60. On the Day of Judgment. At midnight, when mankind are wrapped in peace and worldly fancy feeds on golden dreams, to give more dread to man's most dreadful hour, at midnight 'tis presumed this pomp will burst from tenfold darkness, sudden as the spark from smitten steel, from nitrous grain the blaze. Man, starting from his couch, shall sleep no more. The day is broke which never more shall close. Above, around, beneath, amazement, all, terror and glory joined in their extremes. Our God in grandeur and our world on fire, all nature struggling in the pangs of death. Dost thou not hear her? Dost thou not deplore her strong convulsions and her final groan? Where are we now? Ah me! The ground is gone on which we stood, Lorenzo. while thou mayest provide more firm support, or sink for ever. Where? How? From whence? Vain hope, it is too late. Where for shelter shall the guilty fly, when consternation turns the good man pale? Great day, for which all other days were made, for which earth rose from chaos, man from earth, and an eternity, the date of gods, descended on poor earth-created man. Great day of dread, decision, and despair. At thought of thee, each sublunary wish lets go its eager grasp, and drops the world, and catches at each reed of hope in heaven. At thought of thee, and art thou absent then, Lorenzo? No, 'tis here, it is begun. Already is begun the grand assize in thee, in all. Deputed conscience scales the dread tribunal, and forestalls our doom, forestalls, and by forestalling proves it sure. Why on himself should man void judgment pass? Is idle nature laughing at her sons? Who conscience sent, her sentence will support, and God above assert that God in man. Thrice happy they who enter now the court, heaven opens in their bosoms. But how rare, ah me, that magnanimity, how rare! What hero like the man who stands himself, who dares to meet his naked heart alone, who hears intrepid the full charge it brings, resolved to silence future murmurs there? The coward flies, and flying is undone. Art thou a coward? No. The coward flies, thinks but thinks slightly, asks but fears to know. Asks, what is truth, with Pilate, and retires, dissolves the court, and mingles with the throng, asylum sad from reason, hope, and heaven. Shall all but man look out with ardent eye for that great day which was ordained for man, O day of consummation, marked supreme, if men are wise, of human thought, nor least, or in the sight of angels, or their king, angels whose radiant circles, height or height, order or order rising, blaze or blaze, as in a theatre, surround this scene, intent on man, and anxious for his fate. Angels look out for thee, their Lord, to vindicate his glory, and for thee, creation universal, calls aloud to disinvolve the moral world and give to nature's renovation brighter charms. End of section 60. Section 61 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Section 61. The Dissipated Oxford Student, a dialogue between a brother and his two sisters, Lionel, Lavinia, and Camilla. Lionel, how do you do, girls? How do you do? I am glad to see you, upon my soul I am, shaking them hard by the hand. Lavinia, I thought, brother, you had been at Dr. Marchmont's. Lionel, all in good time, my dear. I shall certainly visit the old gentleman before long. Lavinia, gracious, Lionel, if my mother, Lionel, my dear little Lavinia, chucking her under the chin, I have a mighty notion of making visits at my own time and appointment, instead of my mamma's. Lavinia, oh, Lionel, and can you just now, Lionel, come, don't let us waste our precious moments in this fulsome moralizing. If I had not luckily been hard by, I should not have known the coast was clear. Pray, where are the old folks gone, tantifying? Camilla, to Cleves. Lionel, to Cleves? What a happy escape! I was upon the point of going thither myself. Camilla, what is the matter with thee, my little duck? Camilla, nothing, I'm only thinking. Pray, when do you go to Oxford? Lionel, pooh, pooh. What do you talk of Oxford for? You are grown quite stupid, girl. I believe you have lived too long with that old maid of a Margland. Pray, how does that dear creature do? I am afraid she will grow melancholy from not seeing me so long. Is she as pretty as she used to be? I have some notion of sending her a suitor. Lavinia, oh, brother, is it possible you can have such spirits? Lionel, oh, hang it. If one is not merry when one can, what is the world good for? Besides, I do assure you, I fretted so consumedly hard at first, that for the life of me I can fret no longer. Camilla, but why are you not at Dr. Marchmont's? Lionel, because, my dear soul, you can't conceive how much pleasure those old doctors take in lecturing a youngster who is in any disgrace. Camilla, disgrace? Lavinia, at all events, I beseech you to be a little careful. I would not have my poor mother find you here for the world. Lionel, oh, as to that, I defy her to desire the meeting less than I do. But come, let's talk of something else. How go on the classics? Is my old friend Dr. Orkborn as chatty and amusing as ever? Camilla, my dear Lionel, I am filled with apprehension and perplexity. Why should my mother wish not to see you? And why, and how is it possible you can wish not to see her? Lionel, what, don't you know it all? Camilla, I only know that something is wrong, but how, what, or which way I have not heard. Lionel, has not Lavinia told you then? Lavinia, no, I could be in no haste to give her so much pain. Lionel, you are a good girl enough, but how came you here, Camilla, and what is the reason you have not seen my mother yourself? Camilla, not seen her, I have been with her this half hour. Lionel, what, and in all that time did she not tell you? Camilla, she did not name you. Lionel, is it possible? Well, she's a noble creature, I must confess. I wonder how she could ever have such a son, and I am still less like my father than I am like her. I believe in my conscience I was changed in the cradle. Will you own me, young ladies, if some villainous attorney or exciseman should claim me by and by? Camilla, dear Lionel, do explain to me what has happened. You talk so wildly that you make me think it important and trifling 20 times in a minute. Lionel, oh, a horrid business. Lavinia must tell you. I'll withdraw till she has done. Don't despise me, Camilla. I am confounded sorry, I assure you. Going and then immediately returning. Come, upon the whole, I had better tell it you myself, for she'll make such a dismal ditty of it, that it won't be over this half year. The sooner we have done with it, the better. It will only put you out of spirits. You must know I was in rather a bad scrape at Oxford last year. Camilla, last year, and you never told us of it before? Lionel, oh, 'twas about something you would not understand, so I shall not mention particulars now. It is enough for you to know that 2 or 3 of us wanted a little cash. Well, so, in short, I sent a letter, somewhat of a threatening sort, to old Uncle Relville, and Camilla, oh, Lionel, oh, I did not sign it. It was only begging a little money, which he can afford to spare very well, and just telling him if he did not send it to a certain place which I mentioned, he would have his brains blown out. Camilla, how horrible! Lionel, pooh. He had only to send the money, you know, and then his brains might keep their place. Besides, you can't suppose there was gunpowder in the words, though to be sure the letter was charged with a few volleys of oaths. But would you believe it, the poor old gull was fool enough actually to send the money where he was directed. Lavinia, hold, Lionel, I cannot endure to hear you speak in such disgraceful terms of that worthy man. How could you treat that excellent uncle in such a cruel manner? How could you find a heart to swear at, so meek, so benevolent, so indulgent? Lionel, my dear little chicken, don't be so precise and old maidish. Don't you know it's a relief to a man's mind to swear a few cutting oaths now and then when he's in a passion, when all the time he would no more do harm to the people he swears at than you would, who mince out all your words as if you were talking treason, and thought every man a spy that heard you. It is a very innocent refreshment to a man's mind, my dear, but the difficulty is, you know nothing of the world. Camilla, fie, brother, you know how sickly our uncle has always been, and how easily he might be alarmed. Lionel, why, yes, Camilla, I really think it was a very wicked trick, and I would give half my little finger that I had not done it, but it's over now, you know, so what signifies making the worst of it? Camilla, and did he not discover you? Lionel. No, I gave him particular orders in my letter not to attempt anything of that sort, assuring him there were spies about him to watch his proceedings. The good old simpleton took it all for gospel, so there the matter ended. However, as ill luck would have it, about 3 months ago we wanted another sum. Lavinia. And could you again? Lionel. Why, my dear, it was only taking a little of my own fortune beforehand, for I am his heir, so we all agreed it was merely robbing myself, for we had several consultations about it, and one of us is to be a lawyer. Camilla. But you give me some pleasure here, for I had never heard that my uncle had made you his heir. Lionel. Neither had I, my dearie, but I take it for granted. Besides, our little lawyer put it into my head. Well, we wrote again, and told the poor old soul, for which I assure you I am heartily penitent, that if he did not send me double the sum in the same manner, without delay his house was to be set on fire, while he and all his family were in bed and asleep. Now don't make faces nor shruggings, for I promise you I think already I deserve to be hung for giving him the fright, though I would not really have hurt the hair of his head for half his fortune. But who could have guessed that the old codger would have bitten so readily? The money, however, came, and we thought the business all secure, and agreed to get the same sum annually. Camilla. Annually? Oh, horrible! Lionel. Yes, my darling. You have no conception how convenient it would have been for our extra expenses. But unluckily uncle grew worse and went abroad, and then consulted with some crab of a friend, and that friend with some demagogue of a magistrate, and so all is now blown. However, we had managed it so cleverly that it cost them nearly 3 months to find it out, owing, I must confess, to poor uncle's cowardice in not making his inquiries before the money was carried off, and he himself beyond the sea. The other particulars Lavinia must give you, for I have talked of it now till I have made myself quite sick. Do tell me some diverting story to drive it a little out of my head. But by the way, pray what has carried the old folks to Cleves? Have they gone to tell this sad tale to Uncle Hugh, so that I might lose him too? Lavinia. No, your afflicted parents are determined not to name it. They are striving that nobody else shall know anything of the matter, except Dr. Marchmont. Lionel. Well, they are good souls, it must be acknowledged. I wish I deserved them better. I wish, too, it was not such plaguy dull business to be good. I confess, girls, it wounds my conscience to think how I have afflicted my parents, especially my poor mother, who is not so well able to bear it. But when one is at Oxford or in London, your merry blades there, I can't deny it, my dear sisters, your merry blades there are but sad fellows. Yet there is such fun, such spirit, such genuine sport among them, I cannot for my life keep out of the way. Besides, you have no conception, young ladies, what a byword you soon become among them, if they find you flinching. But this is little to the purpose, for you know nothing of life yet, poor things. Lavinia. I would not for the world say anything to pain you, my dear brother, but if this is what you call life, I wish we never might know anything of it. I wish more that you had been so happy as never to have known it. You pity our ignorance, we pity your folly. How strangely infatuated you are! But yet I will hope that in future your first study will be to resist such dangerous examples and to shun such unworthy friends. Pray reflect one moment on the distressing situation of your dear parents, who cannot endure your presence through the poignancy of grief. What labours and hardships has your poor father encountered to gain wherewithal to support you at the university? And what is your return? Such, my dear brother, as will soon bring down his grey hairs with sorrow to the grave. As for your poor mother, it is quite uncertain whether any of us ever see her again, as your much injured uncle has sent for her oversea to attend him in his sickness, and tomorrow she sets out. She has left it in solemn charge with me to deliver you a message from her, which, if you have any sensibility remaining, will cut you to the heart. Lionel. I know she can have said nothing worse than I expect, or than I merit. Probe me then, Lavinia, without delay. Keep me not in a moment's suspense. I feel a load of guilt upon me, and begin sincerely to repent. She is acting towards me like an angel, and if she were to command me to turn hermit, I know I ought to obey her. Lavinia. Well then, my mother says, my dear Lionel, that the fraud you have practised— Lionel. The fraud! What a horrid word! Why, it was a mere trick, a joke, a frolic, just to make an old hunks open his purse strings to his natural heir. I am astonished at my mother. I really don't care whether I hear another syllable. Lavinia. Well then, my dear Lionel, I will wait till you are calmer. My mother, I am sure, did not mean to irritate, but to convince. Lionel, striding about the room. My mother makes no allowances. She has no faults herself, and for that reason she thinks nobody else should have any. Besides, how should she know what it is to be a young man, and to want a little cash, and not to know how to get it? Lavinia. But I am sure if you wanted it for any proper purpose, my father would have denied himself everything in order to supply you. Lionel. Yes, yes, but suppose I want it for a purpose that is not proper. How am I to get it then? Camilla. Why then, my dear Lionel, surely you must be sensible you ought to go without it. Lionel. Ay, that's as you girls say who know nothing of the matter. If a young man, when he goes into the world, were to make such a speech as that, he would be pointed at. Besides, whom must he live with? You don't suppose he is to shut himself up with a few musty books, sleeping over the fire under pretence of study all day long, do you, like young Melmond, who knows no more of the world than either of you? Camilla. Indeed, he seems to me an amiable and modest young man, though very romantic. Lionel. Oh, I dare say he does. I could have laid any wager of that. He's just a girl's man, just the very thing, all sentiment and poetry and heroics. But we, my little dear, we lads of spirit, hold all that amazingly cheap. I assure you, I would as soon be seen trying on a lady's cap at a glass as poring over a crazy old author. I warrant you think because one is at the university, one must be a bookworm. Lavinia. Why, what else do you go there for but to study? Lionel. Everything else in the world, my dear. Camilla. But are there not sometimes young men who are scholars without being bookworms? Is not Edgar Mandlebert such an one? Lionel. Oh, yes, yes, an odd thing of that sort happens now and then. Mandlebert has spirit enough to carry it off pretty well, without being ridiculous, though he is as deep for his time as e'er an old fellow of a college. But then this is no rule for others. You must not expect an Edgar Mandlebert at every turn, my dear innocent creatures. Lavinia. But Edgar has had an extraordinary education, as well as possessing extraordinary talents and goodness. You too, my dear Lionel, to fulfill what may be expected from you, should look back to your father, who was brought up at the same university, and is now considered as one of the first men it has produced. While he was respected by the learned for his application, he was loved even by the indolent for his candour and kindness of heart, and though his income, as you know, was very small, he never ran in debt, and by an exact but open economy escaped all imputation of meanness. Lionel. Yes, but all this is nothing to the purpose. My father is no more like other men than if he had been born in another planet, and my attempting to resemble him would be as great a joke as if you were to dress up in Indiana's flowers and feathers and expect people to call you a beauty. I was born a bit of a buck, and have no manner of natural taste for study, and poring and expounding and black letter work. I am a light airy spark at your service, ladies, not quite so wise as I am merry. I am one of your eccentric geniuses, but let that pass. My father, you know, is firm as a rock. He minds neither wind nor weather, nor fleerer, nor sneerer, nor joker, nor jeerer, but his firmness he has kept all to himself. Not a whit of it do I inherit. Every wind that blows veers me about, and gives me a new direction. But with all my father's firmness and knowledge, I very much doubt whether he knows anything of real life. That is the main thing, my dear hearts. But come, Lavinia, finish your message. Lavinia, my mother says the fraud you have practised, whether from wanton folly to give pain or from rapacious discontent to get money, she will leave without comment, satisfied that if you have any feeling at all, its effects must bring remorse, since it has dangerously increased the infirmities of your uncle, driven him to a foreign land, and forced your mother to forsake her home and family in his pursuit, unless she were willing to see you punished by the entire disinheritance with which you are threatened. But, Lionel, oh, no more, no more. I am ready to shoot myself already. My dear, excellent mother, what do I not owe you? I had never seen, never thought of the business in this solemn way before. I meant nothing at first but a silly joke, and all this mischief has followed unaccountably. I assure you I had no notion at the beginning he would have minded the letter, and afterwards Jack Whiston persuaded me that the money was as good as my own, and that it was nothing but a little cribbing from myself. I will never trust him again. I see the whole now in its true and atrocious colours. I will devote all the means in my power to make amends to my dear incomparable mother. But proceed, Lavinia. Lavinia. But since you are permitted, said my mother, to return home by the forgiving temper of your father, who is himself, during the vacation, to be your tutor, after he is sufficiently composed to admit you into his presence, you can repay his goodness only by the most intense application to those studies which you have hitherto neglected, and of which your neglect has been the cause of your errors. She charges you also to ask yourself upon what pretext you can justify the wasting of his valuable time, however little you may regard your own. Finally, Lionel, I never wasted his time. I never desired to have any instruction in the vacations. 'Tis the most deuced thing in life to be studying so incessantly. The waste of time is all his own affair, his own choice, not mine. Go on, however, and open the whole of the budget. Lavinia. Finally, she adjures you to consider that if you still persevere to consume your time in wilful negligence, to bury all thought in idle gaiety, and to act without either reflection or principle, the career of faults, which begins but in unthinking folly, will terminate in shame, in guilt, and in ruin. And though such a declension of all good must involve your family in your affliction, your disgrace will ultimately fall but where it ought, since your own want of personal sensibility will neither harden nor blind any human being beside yourself. This is all. Lionel. And enough, too. I am a very wretch. I believe that, though I am sure I can't tell how I came so, for I never intend any harm, never think, never dream of hurting any mortal. But as to study, I must own to you I hate it most deucedly. Anything else, if my mother had but exacted anything else, with what joy I would have shown my obedience. If she had ordered me to be horse-ponded, I do protest to you I would not have demurred. Camilla. How you always run into the ridiculous. Lionel. I was never so serious in my life. Not that I should like to be horse-ponded in the least, though I would submit to it by way of punishment and out of duty. But then, when it was done, it would be over. Now the deuce of study is, there is no end to it, and it does so little for one. One can go through life so well without it. There is but here and there an old codger who asks one a question that can bring it into any play, and then a turn upon one's heel, or looking at one's watch, or wondering at one's short memory, or happening to forget just that one single passage, carries off the whole in 2 minutes as completely as if one had been working one's whole life to get ready for the assault. And pray now tell me, how can it be worth one's best days, one's gayest hours, the very flower of one's life, all to be sacrificed to plodding over musty grammars and lexicons, merely to cut a figure just for about 2 minutes once or twice in a year? Camilla. Indeed, Lionel, you appear to me a striking example of what a hard thing it is to learn to do well after one has been accustomed to do evil. How volatile, how totally void of all stability. 1 minute you exhibit appearances of repentance and reformation, and the next minute all fair prospects vanish. How I lament that you were so early exposed to a vicious world before you had gained sufficient strength of mind to withstand bad examples. Lionel. Forbear, Camilla. You hurt me too much. You excite those severe twinges of remorse which I am obliged to own I have never been wholly free from since I joined my merry companions and began to learn the world. Notwithstanding my gaiety and my apparent contentment, I confess there is something within which constantly admonishes me of my errors and makes me feel unhappy, so that if it were not for fashion's sake, I can truly say I could wish I were in your recluse situation, here to remain in my once pleasant abode, and never more mingle with the world. Lavinia, dear brother, I cannot leave you without once more calling your attention to your parents, your family, and your friends. Think of their present situation. If you have no regard for your own character, your present or future happiness, I entreat you to have some pity for them. Let not the tyrant fashion bring you into abject slavery. Pardon me when I tell you your pretended friends are your worst enemies. They have led you into a path which will carry you directly to inevitable ruin unless you immediately forsake it. That knowledge of the world of which you so vainly boast is infinitely worse than the ignorance which you so much despise. Believe me, my dear brother, it is a knowledge which, by your own confession, never has produced you any happiness, nor will it ever, but will guide you to wretchedness and misery. Lionel, my dear sisters, I am convinced. Your words have pierced my very soul. I am now wretched, and I deserve to be so. I am determined from this moment to begin my reformation, and with the assistance of heaven to complete it. Never more will I see my vile companions, who have enticed me to go such lengths in wickedness. What do I not owe to my amiable sisters for their friendly and seasonable advice? I will go directly to my father, and like the prodigal son, fall on my knees before him, beg his forgiveness, and put myself entirely under his direction and instruction. And, so long as I live, I never will offend him again. Lavinia, may heaven assist you in keeping your resolutions. End of section 61. Section 62 of the Columbian Orator by Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Bingham. Section 62, extract from a speech in Congress, April 1796, on the subject of the treaty with Great Britain. If any against all these proofs which have been offered should maintain that the peace with the Indians will be stable without the Western posts, to them I will urge another reply. From arguments calculated to produce conviction, I will appeal directly to the hearts of those who hear me, and ask whether it is not already planted there. I resort especially to the convictions of the Western gentlemen, whether, supposing no posts and no treaty, the settlers will remain in security. Can they take it upon them to say that an Indian peace under these circumstances will prove firm? No, sir, it will not be peace, but a sword. It will be no better than a lure to draw victims within the reach of the tomahawk. On this theme my emotions are unutterable. If I could find words for them, if my powers bore any proportion to my zeal, I would swell my voice to such a note of remonstrance it should reach every log house beyond the mountains. I would say to the inhabitants, wake from your false security. Your cruel dangers, your more cruel apprehensions are soon to be renewed. The wounds yet unhealed are to be torn open again. In the daytime your path through the woods will be ambushed. The darkness of midnight will glitter with the blaze of your dwellings. You are a father. The blood of your sons shall fatten your cornfield. You are a mother. The war whoop shall wake the sleep of the cradle. On this subject you need not suspect any deception on your feelings. It is a spectacle of horror which cannot be overdrawn. If you have nature in your hearts, they will speak a language compared with which all I have said or can say will be poor and frigid. Will it be whispered that the treaty has made me a new champion for the protection of the frontiers? It is known that my voice as well as vote have been uniformly given in conformity with the ideas I have expressed. Protection is the right of the frontiers. It is our duty to give it. Who will accuse me of wandering out of the subject? Who will say that I exaggerate the tendencies of our measures? Will anyone answer by a sneer that all this is idle preaching? Will anyone deny that we are bound, and I would hope to good purpose, by the most solemn sanctions of duty for the vote we give? Are despots alone to be reproached for unfeeling indifference to the tears and blood of their subjects? Are republicans unresponsible? Have the principles on which you ground the reproach upon cabinets and kings no practical influence, no binding force? Are they merely themes of idle declamation, introduced to decorate the morality of a newspaper essay, or to furnish pretty topics of harangue from the windows of that State House? I trust it is neither too presumptuous nor too late to ask, can you put the dearest interests of society at risk without guilt and without remorse? By rejecting the posts, we light the savage fires, we bind the victims. This day we undertake to render account to the widows and orphans whom our decision will make, to the wretches that will be roasted at the stake, to our country, and I do not deem it too serious to say, to conscience and to God. We are answerable, and if duty be anything more than a word of imposture, if conscience be not a bugbear, we are preparing to make ourselves as wretched as our country. There is no mistake in this case. There can be none. Experience has already been the prophet of events, and the cries of our future victims have already reached us. The Western inhabitants are not a silent and uncomplaining sacrifice. The voice of humanity issues from the shade of the wilderness. It exclaims that while one hand is held up to reject this treaty, the other grasps a tomahawk. It summons our imagination to the scenes that will open. It is no great effort of the imagination to conceive that events so near are already begun. I can fancy that I listen to the yells of savage vengeance and the shrieks of torture. Already they seem to sigh in the western wind. Already they mingle with every echo from the mountains. Let me cheer the mind weary, no doubt, and ready to despond on this prospect, by presenting another which is yet in our power to realize. Is it possible for a real American to look at the prosperity of this country without some desire for its continuance, without some respect for the measures which many will say produced and all will confess have preserved it? Will he not feel some dread that a change of system will reverse the scene? The well-grounded fears of our citizens in 1794 were removed by the treaty, but are not forgotten. Then they deemed war nearly inevitable, and would not this adjustment have been considered at that day as a happy escape from the calamity? The great interest and the general desire of our people was to enjoy the advantages of neutrality. This instrument, however misrepresented, affords America that inestimable security. The causes of our disputes are either cut up by the roots or referred to a new negotiation after the end of the European War. This was gaining everything because it confirmed our neutrality, by which our citizens are gaining everything. This alone would justify the engagements of the government, for when the fiery vapors of the war lowered in the skirts of our horizon, all our wishes were concentred in this one, that we might escape the desolation of the storm. This treaty, like a rainbow on the edge of the cloud, marked to our eyes the space where it was raging, and afforded at the same time the sure prognostic of fair weather. If we reject it, the vivid colors will grow pale. It will be a baleful meteor portending tempest and war. Let us not hesitate then to agree to the appropriation, to carry it into faithful execution. Thus we shall save the faith of our nation, secure its peace, and diffuse the spirit of confidence and enterprise that will augment its prosperity. The progress of wealth and improvement is wonderful, and some will think too rapid. The field for exertion is fruitful and vast, and if peace and good government should be preserved, the acquisitions of our citizens are not so pleasing as the proofs of their industry, as the instruments of their future success. The rewards of exertion go to augment its power. Profit is every hour becoming capital. The vast crop of our neutrality is all seed wheat, and is sown again to swell, almost beyond calculation, the future harvest of prosperity. And in this progress, what seems to be fiction is found to fall short of experience. End of section 62.
Section 63 of the Columbian Orator by Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by SunnyMoroz, Tampa, Florida. The Columbian Orator by Bingham. Section 63. Extract from an oration pronounced at Worcester, Massachusetts, July 4th, 1796, by Francis Blake, Esquire. In viewing the causes which led to the event of this joyous anniversary, in tracing the effects which have resulted to America, in searching for the principles which impelled to the contest, in recalling the feelings which supported us in the struggle, it cannot fail to occur to us that the causes have not been confined to the limits of our continent, that the effects have extended far beyond the boundaries of our nation, that the glorious example, with electrical rapidity, has flashed across the Atlantic, that, guided by the same principles, conducted by the same feelings, the people, who so gallantly fought and bled for the security of our lives and our liberties, are now fighting and bleeding in defense of their own. On this day, therefore, religiously devoted to the consecration of our independence, it becomes us, as the votaries of freedom, as friends to the rights of man, and bound to support them whenever invaded, to turn our attention, with a grateful enthusiasm, to the scenes of their sufferings, their revolt, and their victories. While exulting in the full enjoyment of peace and tranquility, shall not a tear for the unexampled distresses of this magnanimous nation check, for a moment, the emotions of our joy. They have sworn that they will live free or die. They have solemnly sworn that the sword, which has been drawn in defense of their country, shall never be returned to its scabbard, till it has secured to them victory and freedom. Let us then breathe forth a fervent ejaculation to heaven, that their vows may be remembered, that the cause of our former allies may not be deserted, till they have scourged their invaders, till they have driven them back in confusion to the regions of terror from whence they emerged. While we remember with horror the continued effusion of blood, which darkened the morning of their revolution, let us not forget that their vengeance was roused by the champions of despotism, whose lives have since justly atoned for the crimes they committed. While we lament the sanguinary scenes which clouded its progress, let it not be forgotten that they arose from the bloody manifesto of a band of tyrants, combined for the hellish purpose of again riveting the chains they had broken. The League of Pilnitz, like the League of Satan and his angels, revolting against the majesty of heaven, was professedly fabricated to arrest forever the progress of freedom, to usurp the dominion of France, and divide the spoil among this band of royal plunderers. Have we not heard that the noble, the generous, the grateful monarch of the forest, that fawned at the feet of Androcles, when remembering his former friendship, will ever turn with fury on his pursuers, and when robbed of his whelps, rest not till his fangs are crimsoned in the blood of the aggressor? Shall then the fervor of our friendship be abated, by remembering the transitory frenzy of a people distracted with the enthusiasm of freedom, and irritated to madness by the dreadful prospect of losing what they had enjoyed but for a moment? Let it never be said of us, as of Rome and of Athens, that ingratitude is the common vice of republics. Was it to the crowned monarch named Louis XVI, or to the people of France, that we were indebted for the blood and treasure that were so profusely lavished in our cause? Shall then their services be forgotten in the remembrance of their momentary excesses? Or shall we refuse our most cordial concurrence in the feelings which impel them to the present contest with the ruffian potentates of Europe? Can we doubt, for a moment, which is the cause we are bound to support with our sanction, when we behold the winds and the seas, those dreadful ministers of heaven's vengeance, commissioned to advance their progress and deluge their enemies? When we behold Ariel with his attendant spirits gently hovering over their navies and wafting them to victory on the bosom of the ocean, while Neptune and Boreas have combined against the league of their oppressors to overwhelm in the deep these deluded followers of Pharaoh? Have we not seen them fed, as with manna from heaven, the waters divided, and the walls of Jericho falling before them, while the fair prospect of liberty has led them in triumph through the wilderness, as a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night? Americans, let us join in a fervent supplication that the sacred charters of humanity, which we have once sealed with our blood, may be forever preserved from the deadly grasp of tyrants. Frenchmen, be firm, be undaunted in the struggle you have thus miraculously supported. Evince to the world, now gazing with admiration at your exploits in the field of battle, that you have virtue equal to your courage, that you are friends to the friends of humanity, that your arms are nerved only against the enemies of man. Let not the sacred name of liberty be polluted by the frenzy of licentious passions, but may your present glorious constitution, while it protects your freedom from the unhallowed ravages of tyranny, remain an unshaken bulwark against the destructive fury of faction. Tyrants, turn from the impious work of blood in which your hands are imbrued, and tremble at the desperation of your revolting subjects. Repent in sackcloth and ashes. For behold, ye who have been exalted up to heaven shall ere long be cast down to hell. The final period of your crimes is rapidly approaching. The grand political millennium is at hand, when tyranny shall be buried in ruins, when all nations shall be united in one mighty republic, when the four angels that stand on the four corners of the globe shall with one accord lift up their voices to heaven, proclaiming peace on earth and goodwill to all men. End of section 63. Recorded by SunnyMoroz, Tampa, Florida.
Section 64 of the Columbian Orator by Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Bingham, Section 64. General Description of America. Extract from a poem spoken at Dartmouth College on Commencement Day, 1795, by Everett. From Patagonia's snow-invested wilds to Darien, where constant verdure smiles, the Andes meet the morning's earliest ray, o'erlook the clouds and check the flood of day. In copious torrents from their eastern side flow the vast streams of Amazonia's tide, roll on majestic through her boundless plain, and swell the surface of the neighboring main. Nor Plata less a broad, deep channel fills. Danube and Volga by his side were rills. But leave my muse this wide extended clime, by nature stamped with all she owns sublime. Here she has wrought upon her largest plan, but mourns in solitude the wrongs of man. Here Gatemozen writhed in flames of fire, and slaughtered millions round their prince expire. Rise, sleeping vengeance, vindicate their cause, and thou, stern justice, execute thy laws. Ye Andes, strike Hesperian fraud with dread, burst thy volcanoes on the guilty head. Where Cancer's sun pours down his ardent blaze, draws the monsoons and lengthens out his days, the spacious gulf of Mexic rolls his tide, and thronging fleets of various nations ride. The fertile isles their rich luxuriance pour, and western dainties crown the eastern shore. But weep, humanity, the black disgrace, and spread thy blushes o'er oppression's face. Ye sons of mirth, your bowls, your richest food, is mingled with fraternal tears and blood. Still groans the slave beneath his master's rod, but nature, wronged, appeals to nature's God. The sun frowns angry at the inhuman sight, the stars, offended, redden in the night. In western skies drear horror gathers round, and waking vengeance murmurs underground. O'er all the gulf the darkening vapours rise, and the black clouds sail awful round the skies. From heaven to earth swift thunderbolts are hurled, and storm's dread demon shakes the astonished world. The rich plantation lies a barren waste, and all the works of slavery are defaced. Ye tyrants, own the devastation just. 'Tis for your wrongs the fertile earth is cursed. Columbia's states unfold their milder scenes, and freedom's realms afford more pleasing themes. From Georgia's plains to Hudson's highest source, the northern Andes range their varied course. Rank above rank, they swell their growing size, rear their blue arches, and invade the skies. Here spreads a forest, there a city shines. Here swell the hills, and there a vale declines. Here through the meads meandering rivers run, there placid lakes reflect the full-orbed sun. From mountain sides perennial fountains flow, and streams majestic bend their course below. Here rise the groves, there opes the fertile lawn. Fresh fragrance breathes, and Ceres waves her corn. Along the east, where the proud billows roar, capacious harbors grace the winding shore. The nation's splendor and the merchant's pride wafts with each gale, and floats with every tide. From Iroquois to vast Superior's strand, spread the wide lakes and insulate the land. Here growing commerce shall unfold her sail, load the rich bark, and woo the inland gale. Far to the west, where savage hordes reside, smooth Mississippi rolls his copious tide, and fair Ohio weds his silver side. Hail, happy states, thine is the blissful seat, where nature's gifts and art's improvements meet. Thy temperate air breathes health, thy fertile soil, in copious plenty pays the labourer's toil. Ask not for mountains of Peruvian ore, nor court the dust that shines on Afric's shore. The plough explores for thee the richest mine, than autumn's fruit no goodlier ore can shine. O'er the wide plain and through the opening glade flows the canal obsequious to the spade. Commerce to wealth and knowledge turns the key, floats o'er the land and sails to every sea. Thrice happy art, be thy white sail unfurled, not to corrupt, but socialize the world. The muse prophetic views the coming day, when federal laws beyond the line shall sway, where Spanish indolence inactive lies, and every art and every virtue dies, where pride and avarice their empire hold, ignobly great and poor amid their gold. Columbia's genius shall the mind inspire, and fill each breast with patriotic fire. Nor east nor western oceans shall confine the generous flame that dignifies the mind. O'er all the earth shall freedom's banner wave, the tyrant blast, and liberate the slave. Plenty and peace shall spread from pole to pole, till earth's grand family possess one soul. End of section 64.
Section 65 of the Columbian Orator by Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Bingham. Section 65. Dialogue between a Master and Slave. Master, now, villain, what have you to say for this second attempt to run away? Is there any punishment that you do not deserve? Slave, I well know that nothing I can say will avail. I submit to my fate. Master, but are you not a base fellow, a hardened and ungrateful rascal? Slave, I am a slave. That is answer enough. Master, I am not content with that answer. I thought I discerned in you some tokens of a mind superior to your condition. I treated you accordingly. You have been comfortably fed and lodged, not overworked, and attended with the most humane care when you were sick. And is this the return? Slave, since you condescend to talk with me as man to man, I will reply. What have you done? What can you do for me that will compensate for the liberty which you have taken away? Master, I did not take it away. You were a slave when I fairly purchased you. Slave, did I give my consent to the purchase? Master, you had no consent to give. You had already lost the right of disposing of yourself. Slave, I had lost the power, but how the right? I was treacherously kidnapped in my own country when following an honest occupation. I was put in chains, sold to one of your countrymen, carried by force on board his ship, brought hither and exposed to sale like a beast in the market, where you bought me. What step in all this progress of violence and injustice can give a right? Was it in the villain who stole me, in the slave merchant who tempted him to do so, or in you who encouraged the slave merchant to bring his cargo of human cattle to cultivate your lands? Master, it is in the order of providence that one man should become subservient to another. It ever has been so, and ever will be. I found the custom, and did not make it. Slave, you cannot but be sensible that the robber who puts a pistol to your breast may make just the same plea. Providence gives him a power over your life and property. It gave my enemies a power over my liberty, but it has also given me legs to escape with, and what should prevent me from using them? Nay, what should restrain me from retaliating the wrongs I have suffered, if a favorable occasion should offer? Master, gratitude, I repeat, gratitude. Have I not endeavored ever since I possessed you to alleviate your misfortunes by kind treatment? And does that confer no obligation? Consider how much worse your condition might have been under another master. Slave, you have done nothing for me more than for your working cattle. Are they not well fed and tended? Do you work them harder than your slaves? Is not the rule of treating both designed only for your own advantage? You treat both your men and beasts slaves better than some of your neighbors because you are more prudent and wealthy than they. Master, you might add more humane too. Slave, humane? Does it deserve that appellation to keep your fellow men in forced subjection, deprived of all exercise of their free will, liable to all the injuries that your own caprice or the brutality of your overseers may heap on them, and devoted soul and body only to your pleasure and emolument? Can gratitude take place between creatures in such a state, and the tyrant who holds them in it? Look at these limbs. Are they not those of a man? Think that I have the spirit of a man too. Master, but it was my intention not only to make your life tolerably comfortable at present, but to provide for you in your old age. Slave, alas, is a life like mine, torn from country, friends, and all I held dear, and compelled to toil under the burning sun for a master, worth thinking about for old age? No, the sooner it ends, the sooner I shall obtain that relief for which my soul pants. Master, is it impossible then to hold you by any ties but those of constraint and severity? Slave, it is impossible to make one who has felt the value of freedom acquiesce in being a slave. Master, suppose I were to restore you to your liberty, would you reckon that a favor? Slave, the greatest, for although it would only be undoing a wrong, I know too well how few among mankind are capable of sacrificing interest to justice, not to prize the exertion when it is made. Master, I do it then, be free. Slave, now I am indeed your servant, though not your slave, and as the first return I can make for your kindness, I will tell you freely the condition in which you live. You are surrounded with implacable foes who long for a safe opportunity to revenge upon you and the other planters all the miseries they have endured. The more generous their natures, the more indignant they feel against that cruel injustice which has dragged them hither and doomed them to perpetual servitude. You can rely on no kindness on your part to soften the obduracy of their resentment. You have reduced them to the state of brute beasts, and if they have not the stupidity of beasts of burden, they must have the ferocity of beasts of prey. Superior force alone can give you security. As soon as that fails, you are at the mercy of the merciless. Such is the social bond between master and slave. End of section 65.
Section 66 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Speech in the Irish Parliament. O'Connor. Part of Mr. O'Connor's speech in the Irish House of Commons in favour of the Bill for Emancipating the Roman Catholics, 1795. If I were to judge from the dead silence with which my speech has been received, I should suspect that what I have said was not very palatable to some men in this House. But I have not risked connections, endeared to me by every tie of blood and friendship, to support one set of men in preference to another. I have hazarded too much, by the part I have taken, to allow the breath of calumny to taint the objects I have had in view. Immutable principles, on which the happiness and liberty of my countrymen depend, convey to my mind the only substantial boon for which great sacrifices should be made. And I here avow myself the zealous and earnest advocate for the most unqualified emancipation of my Catholic countrymen, in the hope and conviction that the monopoly of the rights and liberties of my country, which has hitherto effectually withstood the efforts of a part of the people, must yield to the unanimous will, to the decided interest, and to the general effort of a whole united people. It is from this conviction, and it is for that transcendently important object, that while the noble Lord and the right honourable Secretary are offering to risk their lives and fortunes in support of a system that militates against the liberty of my countrymen, I will risk everything dear to me on earth. It is for this great object I have, I fear, more than risked connections dearer to me than life itself. But he must be a spiritless man, and this a spiritless nation, not to resent the baseness of a British minister, who has raised our hopes in order to seduce a rival to share with him the disgrace of this accursed political crusade, and blast them afterwards, that he may degrade a competitor to the station of a dependent, and that he may destroy friendship which his nature never knew. He has sported with the feelings of a whole nation. Raising the cup with one hand to the parched lip of expectancy, he has dashed it to the earth with the other, in all the wantonness of insult, and with all the aggravation of contempt. Does he imagine that the people of this country, after he has tantalized them with the cheering hope of present alleviation, and of future prosperity, will tamely bear to be forced to a re-endurance of their former sufferings, and to a reappointment of their former spoilers? Does he, from confidence of long success in debauching the human mind, exact from you, calling yourselves the representatives of the people of Ireland, to reject a bill which has received the unanimous consent of your constituents? Or does he mean to puzzle the versatile disposition of this House, on which he has made so many successful experiments already, by distracting you between obedience to his imperious mandates and obedience to the will of the people you should represent? Or does he flatter himself that he shall now succeed, because he has succeeded in betraying his own country into exchanging that peace, by which she might have retrieved her shattered finances, for a war, in which he has squandered 20 times a greater treasure in the course of 2 years, than with all his famed economy he had been able to save in the course of 10. For a war in which the prime youth of the world have been offered up, victims to his ambition and his schemes, as boundless and presumptuous, as ill-concerted and ill-combined, for a war in which the plains of every nation in Europe have been crimsoned with oceans of blood, for a war in which his country has reaped nothing but disgrace, and which must ultimately prove her ruin? Does he flatter himself that he shall be enabled, Satan-like, to end his political career by involving the whole empire in a civil war, from which nothing can accrue but a doleful and barren conquest to the victor? I trust the people of England are too wise and too just to attempt to force measures upon us which they would themselves reject with disdain. I trust they have not themselves so soon forgotten the lesson they so recently learned from America, which should serve as a lasting example to nations against employing force to subdue the spirit of a people determined to be free. But if they should be so weak or so wicked as to suffer themselves to be seduced by a man to whose soul duplicity and finesse are as congenial as ingenuousness and fair dealing is a stranger, to become the instruments of supporting a few odious public characters in power and rapacity, against the interest and against the sense of a whole people, if we are to be dragooned into measures against our will by a nation that would lose her last life and expend her last guinea in resenting a similar insult, if offered to herself, I trust she will find in the people of this country a spirit in no wise inferior to her own. You are at this moment at the most awful period of your lives. The Minister of England has committed you with your country, and on this night your adoption or rejection of this bill must determine, in the eyes of the Irish nation, which you represent, the Minister of England or the people of Ireland. And although you are convinced you do not represent the people of Ireland, although you are convinced, every man of you, that you are self-created, it does not alter the nature of the contest. It is still a contest between the Minister of England and the people of Ireland. and the weakness of your title should only make you the more circumspect in the exercise of your power. Fortunately, the views of the British minister have been detected. Fortunately, the people of this country see him in his true colours. Like the desperate gamester who has lost his all, in the wildest schemes of aggrandizement, he looks round for some dupe to supply him with the further means of future projects. And in the crafty subtleness of his soul, he fondly imagines he has found that easy dupe in the credulity of the Irish nation. After he has exhausted his own country in a crusade against that phantom political opinion, he flatters himself he shall be enabled to resuscitate her at the expense of yours. As you value the peace and happiness of your country, as you value the rights and liberties of the soil that has given you birth, and if you are not lost to every sense of feeling for your own consequence and importance as men, I call on you this night to make your stand. I call on you to rally round the independence of your country, whose existence has been so artfully assailed. Believe me, the British minister will leave you in the lurch when he sees that the people of this nation are too much in earnest to be tricked out of their rights or the independence of their country. What a display of legislation have we had on this night! Artificers who neither know the foundation on which they work, the instruments they ought to use, nor the materials required. Is it on the narrow basis of monopoly and exclusion you would erect a temple to the growing liberty of your country? If you will legislate, know that on the broad basis of immutable justice only you can raise a lasting, beauteous temple to the liberty of your island, whose ample base shall lodge and whose roof shall shelter her united family from the rankling inclemency of rejection and exclusion. Know that reason is that silken thread by which the lawgiver leads his people, and above all, know that in the knowledge of the temper of the public mind consists the skill and the wisdom of the legislator. Do not imagine that the minds of your countrymen have been stationary, while that of all Europe has been rapidly progressive, for you must be blind not to perceive that the whole European mind has undergone a revolution, neither confined to this nor to that country, but as general as the great causes which have given it birth, and still continue to feed its growth. In vain do these men, who subsist but on the abuses of the government under which they live, flatter themselves that what we have seen these last 6 years is but the fever of the moment, which will pass away as soon as the patient has been let blood enough. As well may they attempt to alter the course of nature without altering her laws. If they would effect a counter-revolution in the European mind, they must destroy commerce and its effects. They must abolish every trace of the mariner's compass. They must consign every book to the flames. They must obliterate every vestige of the invention of the press. They must destroy the conduit of intelligence by destroying the institution of the post office. Then, and not till then, they and their abuses may live on in all the security which ignorance, superstition, and want of concert in the people can bestow. But while I would overwhelm with despair those men who have been nursed in the lap of venality and prostitution, who have been educated in contempt and ridicule of a love for their country, and who have grown grey in scoffing at everything like public spirit, let me congratulate every true friend to mankind, that commerce, which has begotten so much independence, will continue to beget more. And let me congratulate every friend to the human species, that the press, which has sent such a mass of information into the world, will continue, with accelerated rapidity, to pour forth its treasures so beneficial to mankind. It is to these great causes we are indebted, that the combination of priests and despots, which so long tyrannized over the civil and political liberty of Europe, has been dissolved. It is to these great causes we are indebted, that no priest, be his religion what it may, dares preach the doctrine which inculcates the necessity of sacrificing every right and every blessing this world can afford, as the only mean of obtaining eternal happiness in the life to come. This was the doctrine by which the despotism of Europe was so long supported. This was the doctrine by which the political popery of Europe was supported. But the doctrine and the despotism may now sleep in the same grave until the trumpet of ignorance, superstition, and bigotry shall sound their resurrection. End of section 66.
Section 67 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Omar, read by David Olson.
Tamerlane, read by Jim Locke.
Bajazet, read by Larry Wilson.
Stage directions, read by Lynette Geisel. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 67, Scene from the Tragedy of Tamerlane. Enter Omar and Tamerlane.
Honor and fame,
Bowing.
forever wait the emperor. May our prophet give him 10,000 days of life, and every day like this, the captive sultan, fierce in his bonds, and at his fate repining, attends your sacred will.
Let him approach.
Enter Bajazet and other Turkish prisoners in chains with a guard.
When I survey the ruins of this field, the wild destruction which thy fierce ambition has dealt among mankind, so many widows and helpless orphans has thy battle made, that half our eastern world this day are mourners. Well may I, in behalf of heaven and earth, demand from thee atonement for this wrong.
Make thy demand of those who own thy power. No, I am still beyond it, and though fortune has stripped me of the train and pomp of greatness, that outside of a king, yet still my soul, fixed high, and of itself alone dependent, is ever free and royal. And even now, as at the head of battle does defy thee, I know what power the chance of war has given, and dare thee to use it on't. This vile speeching, this after game of words, is what most irks me. Spare that, and for the rest 'tis equal all, be it as it may.
Well was it for the world when on their borders neighboring princes met, frequent in friendly parle, by cool debates preventing wasteful war. Such should our meeting have been, hadst thou but held in just regard the sanctity of leagues so often sworn to. Canst thou believe thy prophet, or what's more, that power supreme, which made thee and thy prophet, will with impunity let pass that breach of sacred faith given to the royal Greek?
O thou pedant talker! Ha! Art thou a king, possessed of sacred power, heaven's darling attribute? And dost thou prate of leagues, and oaths, and prophets? I hate the Greek, perdition on his name, as I do thee, and would have met you both, as death does human nature for destruction.
Causeless to hate is not of humankind. The savage brute that haunts in woods remote and desert wilds tears not the fearful traveller, if hunger or some injury provoke not.
Can a king want a cause when empire bids go on? What is he born for but ambition? It is his hunger, 'tis his call of nature, the noble appetite which will be satisfied, and, like the food of gods, makes him immortal.
Henceforth I will not wonder we were foes, since souls that differ so by nature hate, and strong antipathy forbids their union.
The noble fire that warms me dost indeed transcend thy coldness. I am pleased we differ, nor think alike.
No, for I think like man, thou like a monster, from whose baleful presence nature starts back. And though she fixed her stamp on thy rough mass, and marked thee for a man, now, conscious of her error, she disclaims thee as formed for her destruction. 'Tis true I am a king, as thou hast been. Honour and glory, too, have been my aim. But though I dare face death and all the dangers which furious war wears in its bloody front, yet would I choose to fix my name by peace, by justice, and by mercy, and to raise my trophies on the blessings of mankind. Nor would I buy the empire of the world with ruin of the people whom I sway, on forfeit of my honour.
Prophet, I thank thee. Confusion! Couldst thou rob me of my glory, to dress up this tame king, this preaching dervise? Unfit for war, thou shouldst have lived secure in lazy peace, and with debating senates shared a precarious sceptre, sat tamely still, and let bold factions canton out thy power, and wrangle for the spoils they robbed thee of. Whilst I, oh, blast the power that stops my ardour, would like a tempest rush amidst the nations, be greatly terrible, and deal like Allah my angry thunder on the frighted world.
The world? 'Twould be too little for thy pride. Thou wouldst scale heaven.
I would. Away, my soul disdain thy conference.
Thou vain rash thing, that with gigantic insolence has dared to lift thy wretched self above the stars, and mate with power almighty, thou art fallen.
'Tis false. I am not fallen from aught I have been. At least my soul resolves to keep her state, and scorns to make acquaintance with ill fortune.
Almost beneath my pity art thou fallen, since while the avenging hand of heaven is on thee, and presses to the dust thy swelling soul, foolhardy, with the stronger thou contendest. To what vast heights had thy tumultuous temper been hurried, if success had crowned thy wishes? Say, what had I to expect, if thou hadst conquered?
O glorious thought! Ye powers, I will enjoy it, though but in fancy. Imagination shall make room to entertain the vast idea. Oh, had I been the master but of yesterday! The world had felt me, and for thee I had used thee, as thou art to me, a dog, the object of my scorn and mortal hatred. I would have caged thee for the scorn of slaves. I would have taught thy neck to know my weight, and mounted from that footstool to the saddle, till thou hadst begged to die, and e'en that mercy I had denied thee. Now thou knowest my mind, and question me no farther.
Well dost thou teach me what justice should exact from thee. Mankind with one consent cry out for vengeance on thee. Loudly they call to cut off this league breaker, this wild destroyer from the face of earth.
Do it, and rid thy shaking soul at once of its worst fear.
Why slept the thunder that should have armed the idle deity, and given thee power ere yester sun was set, to shake the soul of Tamerlane? Hadst thou an arm to make thee feared, thou shouldst have proved it on me, amidst the sweat and blood of yonder field, when through the tumult of the war I sought thee, fenced in with nations.
Oh, blast the stars that fated us to different scenes of slaughter! Oh, could my sword have met thee!
Thou hadst then as now been in my power, and held thy life dependent on my gift. Yes, Bajazet, I bid thee live. So much my soul disdains that thou shouldst think I can fear aught but heaven. Nay, more, couldst thou forget thy brutal fierceness, and form thyself to manhood, I would bid thee live and be still a king, that thou mayest learn what man should be to man. This royal tent, with such of thy domestics as can be found, shall wait upon thy service, nor will I use my fortune to demand hard terms of peace, but such as thou mayest offer with honor, I with honor may receive.
End of section 67.
Section 68 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 68, Colonel Barre's speech in the British Parliament, 1765, on the Stamp Act Bill. On the first reading of the bill, Mr. Townsend spoke in its favor and concluded with the following words: "And will these Americans, children planted by our care, nourished up by our indulgence until they are grown to a degree of strength and opulence, and protected by our arms, will they grudge to contribute their mite to relieve us from the heavy weight of that burthen which we lie under?" On this, Colonel Barre rose and answered Mr. Townsend in the following masterly manner: "They planted by your care. No, your oppressions planted them in America. They fled from your tyranny to a then uncultivated and unhospitable country, where they exposed themselves to almost all the hardships to which human nature is liable, and among others to the cruelties of a savage foe, the most subtle, and I will take upon me to say, the most formidable of any people upon the face of the earth. And yet, actuated by principles of true English liberty, they met all hardships with pleasure, compared with those they suffered in their own country from the hands of those who should have been their friends. They nourished up by your indulgence, they grew by your neglect of them. As soon as you began to care about them, that care was exercised in sending persons to rule them in one department and another, who were perhaps the deputies of deputies to some members of this House, sent to spy out their liberties, to misrepresent their actions, and to prey upon them. Men whose behavior on many occasions has caused the blood of those sons of liberty to recoil within them. Men prompted to the highest seat of justice, some who, to my knowledge, were glad, by going to a foreign country, to escape being brought to the bar of a court of justice in their own. They protected by your arms, they have nobly taken up arms in your defense, have exerted a valor amidst their constant and laborious industry for the defense of a country whose frontier was drenched in blood, while its interior parts yielded all its little savings to your emoluments. And believe me, remember I this day told you so, that the same spirit of freedom which actuated that people at first will accompany them still. But prudence forbids me to explain myself further. Heaven knows I do not at this time speak from motives of party heat. What I deliver are the genuine sentiments of my heart. However superior to me in general knowledge and experience the respectable body of this House may be, yet I claim to know more of America than most of you, having seen and been conversant in that country. The people, I believe, are as truly loyal as any subjects the king has, but a people jealous of their liberties, and who will vindicate them if ever they should be violated. But the subject is too delicate. I will say no more. End of section 68.
Section 69 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 69. The Last Day, extract from a manuscript poem by Everett. The day of doom, the all-important day, I sing, that link extreme of time, which joins the measured chain of days, and months, and years, to one eternal, one effulgent day. Day to the children of the day, but night, eternal night, to all the sons of darkness. The time affixed by God's decree arrives. The Almighty spake, heaven opened wide her gates. The herald, Gabriel, far advanced in front, raised on seraphic wings, first issued forth. Next the creation's sire, veiled in a cloud of awful gloom, from which red lightnings flashed, and rending thunders roared, passed through the gates. At his right hand sat his eternal Son, high raised upon a golden throne embossed with gems that sparkled through the cloud. Angels and saints, the countless host of those who hold the realms of bliss, next in procession moved. Nor could the wide extended space from Ares to the scales that poise the hemispheres contain the army of the skies. The earth had never seen a larger host than when the foe of Greece spread o'er the land and sea, from Evros to Thermopylae. But this was small compared with what the heavens now saw, as earth is small compared with heaven. The numerous stars that hold their course along the Milky Way, and in the neighboring skies, no sooner saw their Maker clothed in storms, and felt his thunder shake their solid spheres, than trembling they retire, as when some king enraged frowns on his slaves, who flee his face, till he commands them stand and hear his will. So had the frighted stars fled off and left the mundane space all void, had not the trump of Gabriel interposed, and with a voice more loud than ever yet creation heard, impressed the mandates of all nature's God upon all nature's works. Ye stars, said he, return, and hold your station in your orbs. There stand and see what he on earth transacts this day, and witness how he deals with man. Thou sun, who from the birth of time hast rolled thy chariot round the world, and shed thy beams alike on all mankind, look on and see the equal justice of thy God to man outshine thy equal rays. The affrighted earth took the alarm of heaven. The atmosphere essayed to flee upon the wings of storm. Fierce tempests beat the lofty mountain sides, sweep forests down and spread destruction o'er the works of man. The troubled ocean heaves, his surging billows mingle with the clouds, his deepest caverns lie exposed to view. The earth, convulsed from her deep centre, heaves. Order forsook the world. Discord spread wide. The confused elements again had joined the listless empire of primeval chaos, had not the harmonic sounds assuaged their tumult. Spirit divine, thou soul of harmony in heaven and earth, breathe through my lines and speak the power of music's charms, when heavenly love warmed every breast of angels, seraphim, and doubly glowed in the Almighty's Son, who, like a bridegroom clad in smiling youth and robes of peace, prepared to meet his bride. The lightning ceased, the thunders died, when he complacent smiled. Gabriel and all the choir of heaven, said he, hush the commoved world, and wake the sleeping saints with sounds of peace. His words like melting music flowed, his face more radiant than the vernal morn that smiles the earth to joy. The trump of Gabriel led the choral song, unnumbered harps of gold, and voices sweet joined the melodious sound. Discord, that late had moved the elements to war and 'gain invade the spheres, was hushed to sleep. Quick changed the scene, from raging discord, universal storm, to soothing sounds and universal calm. The sun, from blackest clouds, unveiled his face, and shone with double radiance on the earth. The fixed stars had ceased to shed their beams, and trembling, hid in sable darkness, stood. But now, enraptured with symphonious sounds, they dart their genial rays and fill their orbs with pleasing light and soul-reviving warmth. But thou, O earth, most felt the pleasing change. Fierce storms were mute. Old Ocean heard and smoothed his tempest face, and spring-like beauty smiled on all the earth. Poets have sung of Orpheus' potent lyre, Eurydice forced from the bands of death, of bending trees and moving rocks obsequious to the sound. But now whole worlds obey. Death could not hold his victims in the tomb. Thou monarch of the grave, resign the just. Awake, ye saints, from your long night of sleep, adorned with ever-blooming youth and robes of heavenly innocence. Salute the morn of everlasting day. Thus sung the choir. Death's dreary mansions heard with sad dismay. In the mid-regions of eternal night there sits the ghastly monarch on his throne. Substantial darkness fills the broad domain. Heart-chilling vapors rise from noxious lakes. His servants, war, intemperance, plague, revenge, consumption, wrinkled age, groan discord round his throne, and offer up their loathsome fumes of putrid core, contagion, deadening blast, sweet incense to their king, or run before his grisly steed, when he rides o'er the earth, and crops with chilling hand the bloom of life. Here reigns the awful monarch of the dead, when the full sound spread through his darksome realms, his heart appalled, he trembles on his throne, his iron nerves relax, his scepter falls. The saints, released, their dreary mansions leave, but oh, how changed! No cumbrous load of grosser elements, but pure aerial forms their soul possess. Forms like the glorious body of their Lord, glowing with beauty and immortal bloom. End of section 69.
Section 70 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Section 70. A dialogue on loquacity. Enter Stephen. Stephen, ladies and gentlemen, you have probably heard of Foote, the comedian. If not, it is out of my power to tell you anything about him except this. He had but one leg, and his name was Samuel, or to speak more poetically, one leg he had, and Samuel was his name. This Foote wrote a farce called The Alderman, in which he attempted to ridicule a well-fed magistrate of the city of London. This last, hearing of the intended affront, called upon the player, and threatened him severely for his presumption. "Sir," says Foote, "it is my business to take off people. You shall see how well I can take myself off." So out of the room he went, as though to prepare. The alderman sat waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and I have forgotten the rest of the story, but it ended very comically. So I must request of you to muster up your wit, and each one end the story to his own liking. You are all wondering what this story leads to. Why, I'll tell you. Foote's farce was called The Alderman. Ours is called The Medley. His was written according to rule, ours is composed at loose ends. Yet, loose as it is, you will find it made up, like all other pieces, of nouns, pronouns, verbs, participles, adverbs, conjunctions, articles, adjectives, prepositions, and interjections. Now, words are very harmless things, though I confess that much depends upon the manner of putting them together. The only thing to be settled is, that if you should dislike the arrangement, you will please to alter it till it suits you. Enter True Man. True Man, what are you prating about at such a rate? Stephen, I am speaking of Sam Foote, and prepositions and adverbs, and many other great characters. True Man, now don't you know that your unruly tongue will be the ruin of you? Did you ever see a man who was foaming and frothing at the mouth as you are, that ever said anything to the purpose? You ought always to think before you speak, and to consider well to whom you speak, and the place and time of speaking. Stephen, pray who taught you all this worldly wisdom? True Man, my own experience, sir, which is said to be the best schoolmaster in the world, and ought to teach it to every man of common sense. Stephen, then do not imagine that you possess any great secret. Keep your tongue between your teeth is an old proverb, rusted and crusted over, till nobody can tell what it was first made of. Prudence indeed teaches the same. So prudence may teach a merchant to keep his vessels in port for fear of a storm at sea. But nothing venture, nothing have, is my proverb. Now suppose all the world should adopt this prudence, what a multitude of mutes we should have! There would be an end of news, lawsuits, politics, and society. I tell you, sir, that busy tongues are like main springs. They set everything in motion. True Man, but where's a man's dignity all this time, while his tongue is running at random, without a single thought to guide it? Stephen, his dignity, that indeed, out upon parole where it ought to be. A man's dignity, as though we came into the world to support dignity, and by an affected distance to make our friends feel their inferiority. I consider men like coins, which, because stamped with men's heads, pass for more than they are worth. And when the world is willing to treat a man better than he deserves, there is a meanness in endeavoring to extort more from them. True Man, but shall a man speak without thinking? Did you ever read the old proverb, think twice before you speak once? Stephen, yes, and a vile one it is. If a man speak from the impulse of the moment, he'll speak the meaning of his heart, and will probably speak the truth. But if he mind your musty proverb, there will be more pros and cons in his head, more hems and haws in his delivery, than there are letters in his sentences. To your sly, subtle thinking, fellows, we owe all the lies, cheating, hypocrisy, and double-dealing there is in the world. True Man, but you know that every subject has its sides, and we ought to examine, reflect, analyze, sift, consider, and determine before we have a right to speak, for the world are entitled to the best of our thoughts. What would you think of a tradesman who should send home your coat, boots, or hat half finished? You might think him a very honest-hearted fellow, but you'd never employ him again. Stephen, now was there any need of bringing in tailors, cobblers, and hatters to help you out? They have nothing to do with this subject. True man, you don't understand me. I say, if you would never employ such workmen a second time, why should you justify a man for turning out his thoughts half finished? The mind labors as actually in thinking upon and maturing a subject as the body does in the field or on the shop board. And if the farmer knows when his grain is ready for the sickle, and the mechanic when his work is ready for his customer, the man who is used to thinking knows when he is master of his subject, and the proper time to communicate his thoughts with ease to himself and advantage to others. Stephen, all this is escaping the subject. None of your figures when the very original is before you. You talk about a man's mind just as if it were a piece of ground capable of bearing flax and hemp. You have fairly brought forward a shop-board and mounted your tailor upon it. Now, I have no notion of any cross-legged work in my inner man. In fact, I don't understand all this process of thinking. My knowledge upon all subjects is very near the root of my tongue, and I feel great relief when it gets near the tip. True man, depend on it that thousands have lost fame and even life by too great freedom of speech. Treasons, murders, and robberies have been generally discovered by the imprudent boasting of the perpetrators. Stephen, depend on it that our world has suffered far more by silent than by prattling knaves. Suppose every man were to speak all his thoughts, relate all his actions, declare all his purposes, would the world be in danger of crimes? No, be assured that magistrates, bailiffs, thief-takers, prisons, halters, and gallows all owe their dignity to the contrivance of your sly, plotting mutes. True man, you have let off from the tip of your tongue a picked company of dignified substantives, but take notice that my doctrine does not extend to the midnight silence of robbers, but to a due caution and reserve in conveying our thoughts to the world. And this I hope ever to observe, and if you determine on a different course, rest assured that the consequences will not be very pleasant. Exit. Stephen, consequences. That's counting chickens before they are hatched. Dignity of human nature. Pretty words. Just fit to be ranked with the honor of thieves and the courage of modern duelists. End of section 70. Section 71 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 71, American Sages. See on yon darkening height, bold Franklin tread, heaven's awful thunders rolling o'er his head. Convolving clouds the billowy skies deform, and forky flames emblaze the blackening storm. See the descending streams around him burn, glance on his rod, and with his guidance turn. He bids conflicting heavens their blast expire, curbs the fierce blaze, and holds the imprisoned fire. No more, when folding storms the vault o'erspread, the livid glare shall strike thy face with dread. Nor towers nor temples, shuddering with the sound, sink in the flames and spread destruction round. His daring toils, the threatening blasts that wait, shall teach mankind to ward the bolts of fate. The pointed steel o'ertop the ascending spire, and lead o'er trembling walls the harmless fire. In his glad fame, while distant worlds rejoice, far as the lightnings shine, or thunders raise their voice. See the sage Rittenhouse with ardent eye lift the long tube and pierce the starry sky. Clear in his view the circling systems roll, and broader splendors gild the central pole. He marks what laws the eccentric wanderers bind, copies creation in his forming mind, and bids beneath his hand in semblance rise, with mimic orbs the labours of the skies. There wondering crowds with raptured eye behold the spangled heavens their mystic maze unfold, while each glad sage his splendid hall shall grace with all the spheres that cleave the ethereal space. To guide the sailor in his wandering way, see Godfrey's toils reverse the beams of day. His lifted quadrant to the eye displays from adverse skies the counteracting rays, and marks, as devious sails bewildered roll, each nice gradation from the steadfast pole. End of section 71.
Section 72 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Extract from Mr. Pitt's speech, November 13th, 1777, on American affairs. I rise, my lords, to declare my sentiments on this most solemn and serious subject. It has imposed a load upon my mind which I fear nothing can remove, but which impels me to endeavour its alleviation by a free and unreserved communication of my sentiments. In the first part of the address I have the honour of heartily concurring with the noble Earl who moved it. No man feels sincerer joy than I do. None can offer more genuine congratulation on every accession of strength to the Protestant succession. I therefore join in every congratulation on the birth of another princess and the happy recovery of her Majesty. But I must stop here. My courtly complaisance will carry me no further. I will not join in congratulation on misfortune and disgrace. I cannot concur in a blind and servile address, which approves and endeavours to sanctify the monstrous measures that have heaped disgrace and misfortune upon us, that have brought ruin to our doors. This, my lords, is a perilous and tremendous moment. It is not a time for adulation. The smoothness of flattery cannot now avail, cannot save us in this rugged and awful crisis. It is now necessary to instruct the throne in the language of truth. We must dispel the delusion and the darkness which envelop it, and display in its full danger and true colours the ruin that it has brought to our doors. And who is the minister? Where is the minister who has dared to suggest to the throne the contrary, unconstitutional language this day delivered from it? The accustomed language from the throne has been application to Parliament for advice, and a reliance on its constitutional advice and assistance. As it is the right of Parliament to give, so it is the duty of the Crown to ask it. But on this day, and in his extreme momentous exigency, no reliance is reposed on our constitutional councils. No advice is asked from the sober and enlightened care of Parliament. But the Crown, from itself and by itself, declares an unalterable determination to pursue measures. And what measures, my lords? The measures that have produced imminent perils that threaten us, the measures that have brought ruin to our doors. Can the minister of the day now presume to expect a continuance of support in this ruinous infatuation? Can Parliament be so dead to its dignity and its duty as to be thus deluded into the loss of the one and the violation of the other? To give an unlimited credit and support for their perseverance in measures which have reduced this late flourishing empire to ruin and contempt? But yesterday, and England might have stood against the world. Now none so poor to do her reverence. I use the words of a poet, but though it is poetry, it is no fiction. It is a shameful truth, that not only the power and the strength of this country are wasting away and expiring, but her well-earned glories, her true honors, and substantial dignity are sacrificed. France, my lords, has insulted you. She has encouraged and sustained America. And, whether America be wrong or right, the dignity of this country ought to spurn at the officious insult of French interference. The ministers and ambassadors of those who are called rebels and enemies are in Paris. In Paris they transact the reciprocal interests of America and France. Can there be a more mortifying insult? Can even our ministers sustain a more humiliating disgrace? Do they dare to resent it? Do they presume even to hint a vindication of their honor and the dignity of the state, by requiring the dismissal of the plenipotentiaries of America? Such is the degradation to which they have reduced the glories of England. The people whom they affect to call contemptible rebels, but whose growing power has at last obtained the name of enemies, the people with whom they have engaged this country in war, and against whom they now command our implicit support in every measure of desperate hostility, this people, despised as rebels, are acknowledged as enemies, are abetted against you, supplied with every military store, their interests consulted, and their ambassadors entertained by your inveterate enemy. And our ministers dare not interpose with dignity or effect. Is this the honor of a great kingdom? Is this the indignant spirit of England, who but yesterday gave law to the house of Bourbon? My lords, the dignity of nations demands a decisive conduct in a situation like this. This ruinous and ignominious situation, where we cannot act with success nor suffer with honor, calls upon us to remonstrate in the strongest and loudest language of truth, to rescue the ear of majesty from the delusions which surround it. The desperate state of our arms abroad is in part known. No man thinks more highly of them than I do. I love and honor the English troops. I know they can achieve anything except impossibilities, and I know that the conquest of English America is an impossibility. You cannot, I venture to say it, you cannot conquer America. Your armies last year effected everything that could be effected. And what was it? It cost a numerous army under the command of a most able general, now a noble lord in this house, a long and laborious campaign to expel 5,000 Frenchmen from French America. My lords, you cannot conquer America. What is your present situation there? We do not know the worst, but we know that in 3 campaigns we have done nothing, and suffered much. We shall soon know, and in any event have reason to lament what may have happened since. As to conquest, therefore, my lords, I repeat it is impossible. You may swell every expense and every effort, still more extravagantly, pile and accumulate every assistance you can buy or borrow, traffic and barter with every little pitiful German prince who sells his subjects to the shambles of a foreign power. Your efforts are forever vain and impotent, doubly so from this mercenary aid on which you rely, for it irritates to an incurable resentment the minds of your enemies, to overrun them with the mercenary sons of rapine and plunder, devoting them and their possessions to the rapacity of hireling cruelty. If I were an American, as I am an Englishman, while a foreign troop remained in my country, I never would lay down my arms. Never, never, never. End of section 72.
Section 73 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 73. Scene from the Tragedy of Cato. Cato, Lucius, and Sempronius. Cato. Fathers, we once again are met in council. Caesar's approach has summoned us together, and Rome attends her fate from our resolves. How shall we treat this bold, aspiring man? Success still follows him and backs his crimes. Pharsalia gave him Rome. Egypt has since received his yoke, and the whole Nile is Caesar's. Why should I mention Juba's overthrow and Scipio's death? Numidia's burning sands still smoke with blood. 'Tis time we should decree what course to take. Our foe advances on us, and envies us even Libya's sultry deserts. Fathers, pronounce your thoughts. Are they still fixed to hold it out, and fight it to the last? Or are your hearts subdued at length, and wrought by time and ill success to a submission? Sempronius, speak. Sempronius, my voice is still for war. Heavens, can a Roman Senate long debate which of the two to choose, slavery or death? No, let us rise at once, gird on our swords, and at the head of our remaining troops attack the foe, break through the thick array of his thronged legions, and charge home upon him. Perhaps some arm more lucky than the rest may reach his heart, and free the world from bondage. Rise, fathers, rise, 'tis Rome demands your help. Rise and revenge her slaughtered citizens, or share their fate. The corpse of half her senate manure the fields of Thessaly, while we sit here deliberating in cold debates, if we shall sacrifice our lives to honor, or wear them out in servitude and chains. Rouse up for shame. Our brothers of Pharsalia point at their wounds, and cry aloud, to battle. Great Pompey's shade complains that we are slow, and Scipio's ghost walks unrevenged among us. Cato. Let not a torrent of impetuous zeal transport thee thus beyond the bounds of reason. True fortitude is seen in great exploits that justice warrants and that wisdom guides. All else is towering frenzy and distraction. Are not the lives of those who draw the sword in Rome's defense entrusted to our care? Should we thus lead them to the field of slaughter? Might not the impartial world with reason say we lavished at our death the blood of thousands to grace our fall and make our ruin glorious? Lucius, we next would know what's your opinion. Lucius, my thoughts, I must confess, are turned on peace. Already have our quarrels filled the world with widows and with orphans. Scythia mourns our guilty wars, and earth's remotest regions lie half unpeopled by the feuds of Rome. 'Tis time to sheathe the sword and spare mankind. It is not Caesar, but the gods, my fathers. The gods declare against us, repel our vain attempts. To urge the foe to battle, prompted by blind revenge and wild despair, were to refuse the awards of Providence, and not to rest in heaven's determination. Already have we shown our love to Rome, now let us show submission to the gods. We took up arms, not to revenge ourselves, but free the commonwealth. When this end fails, arms have no further use. Our country's cause, that drew our swords, now wrests them from our hands, and bids us not delight in Roman blood, unprofitably shed. What men could do is done already. Heaven and earth will witness, if Rome must fall, that we are innocent. Cato. Let us appear nor rash nor diffident. Immoderate valor swells into a fault, and fear admitted into public councils betrays like treason. Let us shun them both. Fathers, I cannot see that our affairs are grown thus desperate. We have bulwarks round us, within our walls are troops inured to toil in Afric's heats and seasoned to the sun. Numidia's spacious kingdom lies behind us, ready to rise at its young prince's call. While there is hope, do not distrust the gods, but wait at least till Caesar's near approach force us to yield. 'Twill never be too late to sue for chains and own a conqueror. Why should Rome fall a moment ere her time? No, let us draw our term of freedom out in its full length, and spin it to the last. So shall we gain still one day's liberty, and let me perish. But in Cato's judgment, a day, an hour of virtuous liberty is worth a whole eternity in bondage. End of section 73. Section 74 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 74. Extract from an oration delivered at Boston, July 4, 1794, in commemoration of American independence. Americans, you have a country vast in extent and embracing all the varieties of the most salubrious climes, held not by charters wrested from unwilling kings, but the bountiful gift of the author of nature. The exuberance of your population is daily divesting the gloomy wilderness of its rude attire, and splendid cities rise to cheer the dreary desert. You have a government deservedly celebrated as giving the sanctions of law to the precepts of reason, presenting instead of the rank luxuriance of natural licentiousness the corrected sweets of civil liberty. You have fought the battles of freedom, and enkindled that sacred flame which now glows with vivid fervor through the greatest empire in Europe. We indulge the sanguine hope that her equal laws and virtuous conduct will hereafter afford examples of imitation to all surrounding nations, that the blissful period will soon arrive when man shall be elevated to his primitive character, when illuminated reason and regulated liberty shall once more exhibit him in the image of his Maker, when all the inhabitants of the globe shall be free men and fellow citizens, and patriotism itself be lost in universal philanthropy. Then shall volumes of incense incessantly roll from altars inscribed to liberty. Then shall the innumerable varieties of the human race unitedly worship in her sacred temple, whose pillars shall rest on the remotest corners of the earth, and whose arch will be the vault of heaven. End of section 74. Section 75 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 75. Dialogue between a white inhabitant of the United States and an Indian. White man, your friends, the inhabitants of the United States, wish to bury the tomahawk and live in peace with the Indian tribes. Indian, justice is the parent of peace. The Indians love war only as they love justice. Let us enjoy our rights and be content with yours, and we will hang the tomahawk and scalping knife upon the tree of peace and sit down together under its branches. White man, this is what we desire, and what is your interest as well as ours to promote. We have often made leagues with you. They have been as often broken. If justice were your guide and peace your desire, they would be better regarded. Indian, the white men are robbers. We do not choose to be at peace with robbers. It is more to our honor to be at war with them. White man, it is in our power to punish the aggressors. We have more warriors than the Indians, but we choose to employ arguments rather than force. Indian, I have heard the arguments of white men. They are a fair bait, but their intentions are a bearded hook. You call us brothers, but you treat us like beasts. You wish to trade with us that you may cheat us. You would give us peace, but you would take our lands and leave us nothing worth fighting for. White man, the white men want your lands, but they are willing to pay for them. The great parent has given the earth to all men in common to improve for their sustenance. He delights in the numbers of his children. If any have a superior claim, it must be those who, by their arts and industry, can support the greatest number on the smallest territory. Indian, this is the way you talk. You act differently. You have good on your tongue, but bad in your heart. I have been among white men. I know as much about them as you do about red men. What would your people say if poor men should go to a rich man and tell him, the great parent has given the earth to all men in common? We have not land enough. You have more than you need. He delights in the number of his children. Your great farm supports but few. By our superior arts and industry, it would support many. You may move to one corner of your land. That is sufficient for you. We will take the rest. We will live together as brothers, if you will be at peace with us. If not, we have more warriors than you. It is in our power to punish the aggressors. Should you call this just? No, no. White man, surely not. Indian, then justice among white men and red men is different. Will you show me the difference? I thought justice was our friend as well as yours. White man, we are governed by laws that protect our property and punish the disturbers of peace. Indian, then by what law do you encroach upon our property and disturb our peace? If you consider us as your brothers, your laws ought to protect us as well as yourselves. White man, our ways of living are different from yours. We have many employments and much property. Your manners are simple, your possessions small. Our laws, of course, will not apply to your circumstances. Indian, I know you have many laws on paper, and some that ought to make the paper blush. We have but few. They are founded in justice and written on the heart. They teach us to treat a stranger as our friend, to open our doors and spread our tables to the needy. If a white man come among us, our heart is in our hand. All we have is his. Yet you call us savages, but that must mean something better than civilized if you are civilized. White man, we do not impeach your hospitality, nor censure your humanity in many instances, but how can you justify your promiscuous slaughter of the innocent and guilty, your cruel massacres of helpless wives and children who never injured you? Indian. If a man provoke me to fight with him, I will break his head if I can. If he is stronger than I, then I must be content to break his arm or his finger. When the war whoop is sounded and we take up the tomahawk, our hearts are one, our cause is common. The wives and children of our enemies are our enemies also. They have the same blood, and we have the same thirst for it. If you wish your wives and children should escape our vengeance, be honest and friendly in your dealings with us. If they have ruffians for their protectors, they must not expect safety. White man, we have both the same claim from each other. Friendship and justice are all we require. Our ideas on these subjects are different. Perhaps they will never agree. On one side, ferocity will not be dictated by humanity, nor stubbornness by reason. On the other, knowledge is not disposed to be advised by ignorance, nor power to stoop to weakness. Indian, I believe we shall not make peace by our talks. If the contention is who has the most humanity, let him who made us judge. We have no pretensions to superior knowledge. We ask, who knows best how to use what they have? If we contend for power, our arms must decide. The leaves must wither on the tree of peace. We shall cut it down with the battle axe and stain the green grass that grows under it with your blood. White man, you know the blessings of peace and the calamities of war. If you wish to live secure in your wigwams and to rove the forest unmolested, cultivate our friendship. Break not into our houses in the defenseless hours of sleep. Let no more of our innocent friends be dragged from their protectors and driven into the inhospitable wilderness, or what is still more inhuman, fall victims to your unrelenting barbarity. If you prefer war, we shall drive its horrors into your own settlements. The sword shall destroy your friends, and the fire consume your dwellings. Indian, we love peace. We love our friends. We love all men as much as you. When your fathers came over the big water, we treated them as brothers. They had nothing. Peace and plenty were among us. All the land was ours, from the east to the west water, from the mountains of snow in the north to the burning path of the sun in the south. They were made welcome to our land and to all we possessed. To talk like white men, They were beggars, and we their benefactors. They were tenants at will, and we their landlords. But we nourished a viper in our bosoms. You have poisoned us by your luxury, spread contention among us by your subtlety, and death by your treachery. The Indians have but two predominant passions, friendship and revenge. Deal with us as friends, and you may fish in our rivers or hunt in our forests. Treat us not like servants. We shall never own you as masters. If you provoke us, our vengeance shall pursue you. We shall drink your blood. You may spill ours. We had rather die in honorable war than live in dishonorable peace. End of section 75. Section 76 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Section 76, extract from an oration pronounced at Boston, July 4, 1796. That the best way for a great empire to tax her colonies is to confer benefits upon them, and that no rulers have a right to levy contributions upon the property, or exact the services of their subjects without their own, or the consent of their immediate representatives, were principles never recognized by the ministry and parliament of Great Britain. Fatally enamored of their selfish systems of policy, and obstinately determined to effect the execution of their nefarious purposes, they were deaf to the suggestions of reason and the demands of justice. The frantic, though transient energy of intoxicated rage was exhibited in their very act, and blackened and distorted the features of their national character. On the contrary, Americans had but one object in view, for in independence are concentrated and condensed every blessing that makes life desirable, every right and every privilege which can tend to the happiness or secure the native dignity of man. In the attainment of independence were all their passions, their desires, and their powers engaged. The intrepidity and magnanimity of their armies, the wisdom and inflexible firmness of their Congress, the ardency of their patriotism, their unrepining patience when assailed by dangers and perplexed with aggravated misfortunes, have long and deservedly employed the pen of panegyric and the tongue of eulogy. Through the whole revolutionary conflict, a consistency and systematic regularity were preserved, equally honorable as extraordinary. The unity of design and classical correct arrangement of the series of incidents which completed the epic story of American independence were so wonderful, so well wrought, that political hypercriticism was abashed at the mighty production and forced to join her sister envy in applauding the glorious composition. It is my pleasing duty, my fellow citizens, to felicitate you on the establishment of our national sovereignty, and among the various subjects for congratulation and rejoicing, this is not the most unimportant, that heaven has spared so many veterans in the art of war, so many sages who are versed in the best politics of peace, men who were able to instruct and to govern, and whose faithful services, whose unremitted exertions to promote the public prosperity, entitle them to our firmest confidence and warmest gratitude. Uniting in the celebration of this anniversary, I am happy to behold many of the illustrious remnant of that band of patriots who, despising danger and death, determined to be free or gloriously perish in the cause. Their countenances beam inexpressible delight. Our joys are increased by their presence, our raptures are heightened by their participation. The feelings which inspired them in the times which tried men's souls are communicated to our bosoms. We catch the divine spirit which impelled them to bid defiance to the congregated host of despots. We swear to preserve the blessings they toiled to gain. which they obtained by the incessant labors of 8 distressful years, to transmit to our posterity our rights undiminished, our honor untarnished, and our freedom unimpaired. On the last page of Fate's eventful volume, with the raptured ken of prophecy, I behold Columbia's name recorded, her future honors and happiness inscribed. In the same important book, the approaching end of tyranny and the triumph of right and justice are written in indelible characters. The struggle will soon be over. The tottering thrones of despots will quickly fall and bury their proud incumbents in their massy ruins. Then peace on earth shall hold her easy sway, and man forget his brother man to slay. To martial arts shall milder arts succeed. Who blesses most shall gain the immortal meed. The eye of pity shall be pained no more, with victory's crimson banners stained with gore. Thou glorious era, come, hail blessed time, when full-orbed freedom shall unclouded shine, when the chaste muses, cherished by her rays, in olive groves shall tune their sweetest lays, when bounteous Ceres shall direct her car o'er fields now blasted with the fires of war, and angels view with joy and wonder joined the golden age return to bless mankind. End of Section 76.
Section 77 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Edward, read by Chuck Williamson.
Harry, read by Jim Locke.
Narrator, read by Lynette Geisel. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 77. Dialogue between Edward and Harry. Edward, alone, reading. Enter Harry with an important air.
How are you, Ned?
What is it to you, Brother Harry? Were it not for the small part of your face that appears between your foretop and your cravat, I should never know you.
My appearance is a little altered, to be sure, but I hope you will allow it is for the better.
I wish I could. I perceive that, somehow or other, you are completely metamorphosed from a plain country lad to a Boston buck, beau, or fop. Which is the current word in your varying town dialect to express such a thing as yourself?
Either of them will do. The young ladies sometimes call me Tippy Harry. That suits my ear the best.
That, I suppose, means a little fop, or, as I should express it, a foppee, who is obliged to stand tiptoe to reach a lady her fan.
One of your clownish blunders, Ned. It means an airy young gentleman dressed out in complete bon ton from head to foot like myself.
An airy young gentleman dressed out in complete bon ton, etc., etc. This definition may be of service to me. I will try to remember it. You always possessed one quality of a gentleman, a large share of good humor. I hope you will not be angry, brother, if I am a little inquisitive.
Do, Ned, leave off using that old-fashioned word. I'd rather you would do anything to me than brother me at this rate. If you should come to Boston dressed as you are now, with your clumsy shoes, coarse stockings, great small clothes, homespun coat, and your old rusty go-to-mill hat, and shake hands with me in your awkward way, and then to complete the whole should call me brother, I should be thunderstruck. For my credit's sake, I should swear it was some crazy straggler I had seen in the country, and given a few coppers to keep him from starving. I would hide behind the counter, or lie rolled up in a piece of broadcloth a week, rather than be caught in such a scrape.
An airy young gentleman, indeed, would swear to half a dozen lies. Hide behind the counter, and roll yourself up in a piece of broadcloth like a silkworm to save your credit. You have improved much beyond my expectations, Tippy Harry. This sounds better in your refined ear than Brother Harry, I suppose.
Yes, it does, Ned. I'll assure you that's your sort. You begin to come on a little. Now, I'll tell you how it is, Ned. If you would take your old musty library here and lay it all on the fire together and burn all your old-fashioned clothes with it, and then go to Boston.
What? Without any clothes, Harry?
Why, I think I should about as lief be seen with you stark naked as with your coarse, narrow-backed, short-waisted coat. But as I was saying before, then put yourself under the care of a tailor, barber, shoemaker, and a dancing-master. Keep a store of English goods about 3 months, go to the theatre a dozen nights, chat with our Boston tippies, have a few high goes, and freeze and thaw 2 or 3 times, for you are monstrously stiff. I say, after all this, I believe, Ned, you would make a very clever fellow.
The freezing and thawing is a kind of discipline I should not so readily comply with. I have heard of several of your clever fellows and ladies of your sort, who were found frozen in old barns and behind board fences, but I never knew they were so fortunate as to thaw again. Now, Harry, I will be serious with you. Your airy young gentleman, in my opinion, is a very insipid character. Far beneath my ambition. A few materials from behind the counter, the tailor's needle and shears, the barber's puff and pomatum, a little sheepskin modified by the shoemaker, and, what is the most insignificant of all, a little supple, puny machine that in plain English I should call a naked fool. To strut about the streets with all this finery, carry it to the theatre or dancing school, and teach it to say a few pretty things by rote, these make to the gentleman of your sort. Mine is composed of quite different materials.
Pray let me know what they are. Homespun, I dare say. I am superfine, you see, from head to foot.
Yes, Harry, you have blundered into one just observation. In the first place, I would lay up a good store of knowledge, homespun from my own reflections, reading, and observation, not the second-handed smattering of the most ignorant of all beings who use a tongue. The tailors, barbers, and dancing-masters' bill should not show an inventory of all I possessed. They may make my clothes, dress my hair, and teach me how to bow, but there must be something more to command the bow of respect from people of sense, the judges of real merit. In short, I would be a gentleman farmer, too well informed to be influenced by your railing newspaper politics, too much delighted with the bleating and playing of the flocks in my own pasture to read the head of theatricals, or be amused with any drove of stage players that have infested our country from Charleston to Portsmouth. And I should be much more proud of raising one likely calf than as many of the most insipid of all animals called tippies, as should stand in every shop in Cornhill.
End of section 77.
Section 78 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Section 78. David and Goliath. Goliath, where is the mighty man of war who dares accept the challenge of Philistia's chief? What victor king, what general drenched in blood, claims this high privilege? What are his rights? What proud credentials does the boaster bring to prove his claim? What cities laid in ashes? What ruined provinces? What slaughtered realms? What heads of heroes and what hearts of kings in battle killed, or at his altars slain, has he to boast? Is his bright armory thick set with spears and swords and coats of mail, of vanquished nations, by his single arm subdued? Where is the mortal man so bold, so much a wretch, so out of love with life, to dare the weight of this uplifted spear which never fell innoxious? Yet I swear I grudge the glory to his parting soul to fall by this right hand. 'Twill sweeten death to know he had the honor to contend with the dread son of Anak. Latest time from blank oblivion shall retrieve his name, who dared to perish in unequal fight with Gath's triumphant champion. Come, advance, Philistia's gods to Israel's. Sound, my herald, sound for the battle straight. David, behold thy foe. Goliath, I see him not. David, behold him here. Goliath, say where. Direct my sight. I do not war with boys. David, I stand prepared, thy single arm to mine. Goliath, why, this is mockery, minion. It may chance to cost thee dear. Sport not with things above thee, but tell me who of all this numerous host expects his death from me? Which is the man whom Israel sends to meet my bold defiance? David, the election of my sovereign falls on me. Goliath, on thee, by Dagon, 'tis too much, thou curled minion, thou a nation's champion. 'Twould move my mirth at any other time, but trifling's out of tune. Begone, light boy, and tempt me not too far. David, I do defy thee, thou foul idolater. Hast thou not scorned the armies of the living God I serve? By me he will avenge upon thy head thy nation's sins and thine. Armed with his name unshrinking, I dare meet the stoutest foe that ever bathed his hostile spear in blood. Goliath, indeed 'tis wondrous well. Now by my gods the stripling plays the orator. Vain boy, keep close to that same bloodless war of words, and thou shalt still be safe. Tongue, valiant warrior, where is thy sylvan crook with garlands hung of idle field flowers? Where thy wanton harp, thou dainty-fingered hero? Better strike its note lascivious, or the lulling lute touch softly, than provoke the trumpet's rage. I will not stain the honor of my spear with thy inglorious blood. Shall that fair cheek be scarred with wounds unseemly? Rather go and hold fond dalliance with the Syrian maids, to wanton measures dance, and let them braid the bright luxuriance of thy golden hair. They for their lost Adonis may mistake thy dainty form. David, peace, thou unhallowed railer. O tell it not in Gath, nor let the sound reach Ascalon, how once your slaughtered lords by mighty Samson found one common grave, when his broad shoulder the firm pillars heaved, and to its base the tottering fabric shook. Goliath, insulting boy, perhaps thou hast not heard the infamy of that inglorious day, when your weak hosts at Ebenezer pitched their quick abandoned tents. Then when your ark, your talisman, your charm, your boasted pledge of safety and success was tamely lost, and yet not tamely, since by me 'twas won, when with this good right arm I thinned your ranks and bravely crushed beneath a single blow the chosen guardians of this vaunted shrine, Hophni and Phineas, the famed ark itself I bore to Ashdod. David, I remember too, since thou provokest the unwelcome truth, how all your blushing priests beheld their idols' shame, when prostrate Dagon fell before the ark, and your frail God was shivered. Then Philistia, idolatrous Philistia, flew for succor to Israel's help, and all her smitten nobles confessed the Lord was God, and the blessed ark gladly with reverential awe restored. Goliath, by Ashdod's fane thou liest, Now will I meet thee, thou insect warrior, since thou darest me thus. Already I behold thy mangled limbs, dissevered each from each, ere long to feed the fierce blood-snuffing vulture. Mark me well, around my spear I'll twist thy shining locks, and toss in air thy head, all gashed with wounds, thy lips yet quivering with the dire convulsion of recent death. Art thou not terrified? David, no. True courage is not moved by breath of words, but the rash bravery of boiling blood, impetuous, knows no settled principle. A feverish tide, it has its ebbs and flows, as spirits rise or fall, as wine inflames or circumstances change. But inborn courage, the generous child of fortitude and faith, holds its firm empire in the constant soul, and like the steadfast pole star, never once from the same fixed and faithful point declines. Goliath, the curses of Philistia's gods be on thee. This fine drawn speech is meant to lengthen out that little life thy words pretend to scorn. David, ha! Sayest thou so? Come on then, mark us well. Thou comest to me with sword and spear and shield. In the dread name of Israel's God I come, the living Lord of hosts, whom thou defiest. Yet, though no shield I bring, no arms except these 5 smooth stones I gathered from the brook, with such a simple sling as shepherds use, yet all exposed, defenseless as I am, the God I serve shall give thee up a prey to my victorious arm. This day I mean to make the uncircumcised tribes confess there is a God in Israel. I will give thee spite of thy vaunted strength and giant bulk, to glut the carrion kites. Nor thee alone, the mangled carcasses of your thick hosts shall spread the plains of Elah, till Philistia through her trembling tents and flying bands shall own that Judah's God is God indeed. I dare thee to the trial. Goliath, follow me, in this good spear I trust. David, I trust in heaven. The God of battles stimulates my arm and fires my soul with ardor not its own. End of section 78. Section 79 of The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Section 79, an oration on the powers of eloquence written for an exhibition of a school in Boston, 1794. Amidst the profusion of interesting and brilliant objects in this assembly, should the speaker be able to engage the attention of a few eyes and a few ears, he will esteem his reception flattering. To another is allotted the pleasing task of closing the evening with remarks on female education. It is mine to recommend the powers of eloquence, and to show the influence which it justly challenges over the senses, passions, and understandings of mankind. Eloquence consists in a capacity of expressing by the voice, attitude, gesture, and countenance the emotions of the heart. To this art Demosthenes and Cicero owe their immortality. By this the late Earl of Chatham gained his celebrity, and to this are the great politicians now in Europe indebted for their distinction. Eloquent men begin to be heard with attention in our Congress. Pulpit orators gain crowds, and eloquent lawyers gain causes. When the enlightened statesman is discussing the interests of a country on which are grafted his fortune, fame, and life, he must be eloquent. When the general harangues a brave soldiery at the eve of a battle on which depend their liberties and lives, he must be eloquent. When the compassionate lawyer, without hope of reward, advocates the cause of the suffering widow or injured orphan, he must be eloquent. But when true eloquence is introduced into the sacred desk, how elevated is the subject of the Passion on the cross! With what animating zeal can the preacher call on his hearers to open a highway for their God! With what rapture can he burst from the gloom of types and figures into the brightness of that everlasting gospel, which brought life and immortality to light! With what heaven-taught joy can he hail the star in the east, and with what semblance of reality may he lead the imaginations of his audience to a sight of the babe in the manger? If he feel such subjects, he must be eloquent and irresistible. May we now look back and trace the progress and influence of eloquence on different subjects and at various periods. How do we feel its power when we hear David expressing the appearing of the Highest? He bowed the heavens also and came down, and darkness was under his feet. He rode upon a cherub and did fly, and he was seen upon the wings of the wind. Who can hear without emotion the sublime eloquence of the prophet Isaiah when he announces the future glory of the church? Violence shall no more be heard in thy land, wasting nor destruction within thy borders, but thou shalt call thy walls salvation and thy gates praise. But in what language has the prophet Habakkuk described the majesty of the Creator? Before him went the pestilence, and burning coals went forth at his feet. He stood and measured the earth. He beheld and drove asunder the nations. The everlasting mountains were scattered. The perpetual hills did bow. His ways are everlasting. Let us pass in respectful silence the eloquence of him who spake as never man spake. But our attention is immediately arrested by the defense of Paul before Agrippa, in which he describes a light from heaven above the brightness of the midday sun, when he declares his conversion and commission to be a minister and a witness of those things which he had seen, and of those things in which the Savior would appear unto him. Whereupon says he, O King Agrippa, I was not disobedient unto the heavenly vision. Nor can we fail to mention that eloquence which made Felix tremble on his throne, nor can we read unmoved Paul's solemn account of the resurrection, when, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, the dead shall be raised, and we shall be changed. But when we come to the vision on the Isle of Patmos, where the glory of heaven was unveiled to a man of God, we are lost in the majesty and sublimity of the description of things, which must be hereafter, and must close the sacred scriptures, convinced of the irresistible powers of eloquence when employed upon divine subjects. Among themes less interesting is there one on which these powers have been unsuccessfully employed. We read how the eloquence of one man governed all hearts in Greece, and how astonishing was its effect from the immortal orator at Rome. All civilized nations can furnish facts and arguments on this subject. Wherever arts and sciences have found a residence, oratory has been a sure attendant. I am obliged to pass with regret the characters of D'Espréménil, Mirabeau, Burke, Fox, Flood, and Grattan, who within our own days have made the senates of 3 different kingdoms ring with their eloquence. With greater reluctance must I pass the memorable time when all the senses, passions, and almost breath of 5,000 people were suspended at the admirable eloquence of Sheridan, while he described the cruelties of Hastings on the banks of the Ganges. when with unfeeling madness that despot reddened the waters with the blood of mothers and their infants, and made even the river blush for the honour of the British name. With pleasure I bring my subject to the scenes of my native country, and here could, with the enthusiasm of Columbus in his vision, present before you the lofty Andes, the majestic Mississippi, the beautiful Ohio, the falls of Niagara, and the lakes of the North. I might take a view of this country extending through the 5 zones, comprehending all the climates and producing all the varieties of the earth. Our ears have heard what wonders have been wrought in united America. Our eyes see its present happy situation. After many toils and convulsions, we at length find ourselves safe on the top of Nebo, and our Moses yet alive at the head of our rulers. Hence, we look forward to the flattering prospects of futurity. Our orators and poets have announced blessed things in the latter days. Our prophets have taught us to expect the reality of golden dreams. The leaves of our future history are gilded, and the pages are left to be filled up with the actions of a long list of unambitious Caesars. We are told that on this, our native spot of earth, slavish government and slavish hierarchies shall cease, that here the old prophecies shall be verified, that here shall be the last universal empire on earth, the empire of reason and virtue, under which the gospel of peace shall have free course and be glorified, that here the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard with the kid, and that nation shall no more lift up sword against nation. When the philosopher of the East foresaw the beauty and excellence of this western continent, its immense rivers, lakes, and mountains, cities rising from the midst of desolation, men like trees walking where once were the haunts of savage beasts, arts and manners improving, the rose budding in the desert, and the flowers of the garden in the solitary place, rich indeed was the prospect. But his visions have become our realities. We live to enjoy blessings more numerous than Columbus could count. We see schools, academies, and colleges opening their treasures to every family, and are taught that religion, liberty, and science are constellations in the heavens, which, amidst the revolution of empires, visit in succession all the kingdoms and people of the earth. We see one half of the world involved in darkness and oblivious sleep, while the other is enjoying the blessings of day and of vigilant industry. The day of American glory has at length dawned. No more shall meteors of the air and insects with gilded wings lead astray the benighted traveler, nor the bleaking buzzards of the night triumph over the bird of Jove. Prejudice, ignorance, and tyranny are flying on the wings of the wind. While this day is ours, let us be up and doing. May I now introduce my subject within these walls, and hear how extensive is the theme for my feeble powers of eloquence, yet may I employ them in suggesting the motives which your sons and daughters have to cultivate their minds. Gratitude to their parents, your patronage, their own ambition, their prospects of future profit, usefulness, and honest fame are among the first. But highly important is rendered this morning of life and privilege to us from a consideration that we are born in the best of countries at the best of times. While some of the human race are suffering the extreme heats of burning zones, and others are freezing beyond the influence of benignant rays, we live in a climate temperate, salubrious, and healthful. While some inherit from their parents poverty and slavery, we are the heirs of private, public, and social benefits. Our eyes have been opened in a country where the Father of mercies has been pleased to condense his blessings. On us, beams the sun of science. Ours is the hemisphere of freedom. Here are enjoyed the rights of man, and upon us shine with ceaseless splendor the rays of the star of Bethlehem. Blessed in the dispensations of nature, providence, and grace, on us depends a faithful improvement of our numerous talents. Early taught the shortness and value of life, and the importance of improving each hour of youth while we have leisure, and the assistance of instructors, we early learn to be diligent, observing that with our parents the shadows of the evening begin to lengthen, and that soon the wheel will cease to turn round at the cistern, that soon they must leave us, and that we must fill their places. We learn to be ambitious and emulous to excel. But beyond these, we have, with all other children of the universe, an argument still higher to improve these precious days. We live not only for ourselves, for our parents, friends, and country, but for the giver of life. We live for immortality. Young as we are, and just entered the bark of being, yet like you we are on a boundless ocean and an eternal voyage. As eloquence is my theme, perhaps I may be indulged in dwelling for the few remaining moments on this last, most interesting subject. While enjoying the blessings of health and the festivities of youth, we stand on this bridge of life, careless of the rapid currents of yesterdays and tomorrows. Yet reflection teaches that the hour is rapidly hastening, when the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, yea, the great globe itself, with all which it inherits, shall dissolve, and like the baseless fabric of a vision, leave not a wreck behind. We shall survive, though the loss of parents and friends, though the frequent infirmities and vicissitudes of life teach us gloomily to reflect that an angel's arm can't snatch us from the grave, yet a sure prospect of a resurrection to ceaseless life bids us say with triumph, legions of angels can't confine us there. We look back on the ages which have passed, and see the millions of men who, since the days of Adam, have been laid in the dust. We see 950 millions of rational beings now in full life, who must in a few years be cold and in death. And in every day of our lives, no less than 86,000 of the human race are laid in the grave. What oceans of tears have been shed by surviving friends! How have mourning, lamentation, and woe been heard not only in Ramah, but throughout every quarter of the inhabited earth! We contemplate the time when these bodies of ours, now full of life and motion, shall be cold. We elevate our thoughts to that scene, when the elements shall melt with fervent heat, when the sun shall be darkened, and the moon no more give light, when the stars of heaven shall fall from their places, and all nature be tumbling into ruins. Then the trump of God shall sound, then shall he who once said, Lazarus, come forth, descend from heaven with a mighty shout. Then shall the dead hear the voice of the Son of God. Then shall they burst the bands of death, and rise never to sleep again. Then shall this mortal put on immortality, and death be swallowed up of life. We shall be present at this august resurrection. Soon shall we cease to see the blue canopy of the day and the starred curtain of the night, to hear the rolling of the thunder, or see the lightning of the heavens, scenes which now impress us with awe and delight. We look round creation and see all living nature below our rank dissolving to dust, never to revive. We see the flowers of spring die, and the leaves of autumn fade, never to resume their beauty and verdure. But, contemplating the soul of man, we are led to the language of the poet. See truth, love, and mercy in triumph descending, and nature all glowing in Eden's first bloom. On the cold cheek of death smiles and roses are blending, and beauty immortal awakes from the tomb. This subject itself, so full of eloquence, is also full of instruction and argument. Whatever elevates the dignity of our natures and extends our views, teaches us to live, daily to improve our minds, daily to better our hearts. May eloquence ever be improved in the cause of learning and virtue, ever employed in addressing important truths to the mind in a most forcible and expressive manner. May the daughters of America wear their charms as attendants on their virtue, the satellites of their innocence and the ornament of their sex. May her sons early learn the principles of honor, honesty, diligence, and patriotism, and when called to leave these happy seats, where care is a stranger and where learning is a free gift, be prepared for the burden and heat of the day, and ever prove as a munition of rocks to their country. End of section 79. Section 80 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 80, a dialogue between a city gentleman of the town and a country farmer. Gentleman, hallo there, master, what have you got in your wallet? Farmer, fowls, sir, at your service. Gentleman, and what do you ask a pair? Farmer, 50 cents a pair for ducks and 75 cents apiece for geese and turkeys. Gentleman, what is the fellow talking about? I inquired the price of fowls, not of geese and turkeys. Farmer, and pray, mister, what is the difference between a fowl and a goose? My Bible teaches me that all the feathered tribe are ranged under the general name of fowl. Gentlemen, why, you numbskull, don't quote Scripture to me to prove such palpable absurdities. I can teach you that a goose or turkey is no more like a fowl than a human being is like one of the animal creation. Farmer, I crave your pardon, mister. I begin to see that I never was larned the right use of language, for since I come among these fine gentlefolks, I don't understand one half that's said to me. Gentlemen, so it seems, however, you have now entered a good school to learn civilization. What I wanted was a pair of those creatures that lay eggs, vulgarly called hens. Farmer, why, begging your pardon, sir, and hoping no offence, I should suppose that at least one of the sorts I have in my wallet lays eggs, from the multitude of goslings I see about your streets. Gentlemen, why, you fool, where were you bred? I should imagine you come 50 miles off, where they tell me the people are almost savages, and that you were never in market before. Farmer, it is true, I live more than 50 miles off, and never was in this great city before, and in fact, I begin to think I never shall desire to be again, for I have hitherto met with pretty rough handling, I assure you. Gentlemen, no wonder that such ignorance should expose you to insults. A man like you, who has been brung up among savages and not able to speak intelligibly, must expect to receive severe discipline when he first visits a land of civilization. Farmer, I begin to see what a sad thing it is, especially in such a place as this, to be so destitute as I am of the right kind of larning. I confess that so far from civilization I have never received but little more than Christianization, but I should think even that ought to entitle an honest, well-meaning man to better treatment than I have met with this morning. Gentlemen, you have no right to complain. Such a blundering blockhead as you are ought to think himself fortunate if he is suffered to pass the streets without having his head broke. Farmer. Indeed, I have hardly escaped that. I have been accosted 150 times since I entered the big town by all sorts and sizes of folks, both male and female, which at first indeed appeared civil enough, for not a child in the street, but what mastered me as mannerly as though I had teached school all my days. But whenever I approached them, it was old daddy, old man, old fellow, and so on, rising by degrees to such genteel language as your worship seems to be master of. I hope no offence, sir. The first time I had the honour to be noticed, a fine gentlewoman called to me from her window. So I civilly entered her door, when she squalled out, "You filthy brute, have you the impudence to come in at my front door?" "Did you not call me, madam?" replied I. "Yes, truly," says she, "but I thought you had more civilization than to set your ugly square-toed shoes upon my carpet." I craved her ladyship's pardon, told her I hoped I should learn civilization from such good example, and got off as well as I could. Gentlemen, it is evident you know nothing of the world. Farmer. How should I, since I live 100 miles off, and never read scarcely anything but my Bible and Psalm book? Gentlemen. Ay, sure enough, you are much to be pitied. Why, according to the rules of civilization, you offended the lady insufferably. Farmer. So I perceived, though at first I could not conceive for the life of me what harm there could be in entering the front door, since there was no other in the house, nor how my shoes could give offence, inasmuch as they were perfectly clean. Gentlemen. Why, did you not just acknowledge they were unfashionable? Farmer. Ay, right, and mayhap she discovered the nails in the heels, though I could have assured her they would not scratch, for they were well drove, and the head smooth. Well, as I was saying, soon after I escaped from her ladyship's civilities, I was stopped by a squire-looking gentleman, whose palate was set for the same dainty that yours was, fowls. I told him I had as fine ones as ever were hatched, so I showed him the whole contents of my wallet, when, after examining it critically, he exclaimed, "You insulting puppy, I have a mind in my conscience to cane you. What, sir, tell me you have fowls to sell, when you have nothing but a parcel of poultry?" So, giving me a kick or two, he tells me to go and learn civilization. Gentlemen. And served you right enough, too. Farmer. So as I proceeded peaceably through the street, I met a stripling in his soldier's coat, making the same use of his sword as I did of my staff. Having a heavy load, and tripping my foot a little, I unfortunately jostled this beardless hero. "What do you mean, you dirty scoundrel?" he instantly exclaimed, lifting up his sword at the same time. "Have you no more civilization than to treat an officer of the navy in such a rude manner?" "I beg pardon," says I, "it was purely an accident. If you were not beneath my notice," says he, swearing a big oath, which I dare not repeat, "if you were not beneath the notice of a gentleman, I say, I would soon lay you upon your beam ends, you freshwater lobster. You are as destitute of civilization as if you had never been out of sight of land in all your life." Gentlemen, you will learn in time to keep at a respectful distance from gentlemen of the sword. It is fortunate for you that the officer did not make daylight shine through you. Farmer. I believe it dangerous, I confess, to venture very near gentlemen, if these may be called such. Well, the next person I met I took from his brogue to be a wild Irishman. At any rate, he was a funny fellow, and discovered some marks of civilization. "Maister," says he, "have you any wery good weal in your wallet?" "I do not understand Irish, mister," replied I. "Irish, Irish, old mutton-head," said he, "nor I neither. It is enough for me that I am able to speak good English. I asked you what you had to sell. I am fitting out a wessel for Wennis, loading her with warious kinds o' prowisions, and whittling her for a long woyage, and I want several hundred weight of weal venison, etc., with a plenty of onions and vinegar for the preservation of health." I assured him I did not comprehend his meaning. "It is wery natural," replied he, "to suppose it, as you are but a poor countryman and want civilization. So he peaceably withdrew. And now, good Mr. Squire, perhaps I ought to say, for before you stopped me, I heard you administering oaths. I say, good Squire, as you have condescended to give me some useful instruction, pray be so kind as to tell me to what species of animals a creature would belong which should be in every respect exactly like yourself, excepting the addition of a pair of long ears. Gentlemen, I will not disgrace myself by keeping your company any longer. Exit. Farmer alone. What a strange run of luck I have had to-day. If this is civilization, I desire to return to my savage haunt again. However, I don't despair yet of meeting with people of real civilization, for I have always been told that this place is not without its share. Yet I fear they have greatly degenerated from the simple manners of their forefathers. Their placing mere civility above Christianity is a plain proof of it. The ancestors of this people were anxious mainly to teach their posterity Christianity, not doubting but civility would naturally attend it. What vexes me most is that I can't understand their language. For my part, I think they have but little reason to laugh at my pronunciation. This is the first time I ever heard that turkeys, geese, and ducks were not fowls. They might as well tell me that oxen, bulls, and cows are not cattle. I take this last chap to be of the race of coxcombs, and I think it is sometimes best to indulge them in their own exalted opinion of themselves, till experience teaches them their folly. I know I am but a plain man, and no one feels the want of larning more than I do, but I am certain I cannot appear more contemptible in this coxcomb's eyes than he does in mine. End of section 80.
Section 81 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. Section 81. Extract from a discourse delivered before the New York Society for Promoting the Manumission of Slaves, April 12, 1797, by Reverend Samuel Miller. I have hitherto confined myself to the consideration of slavery as it exists among ourselves, and of that unjust domination which is exercised over the Africans and their descendants, who are already in our country. It is with a regret and indignation which I am unable to express, that I call your attention to the conduct of some among us, who, instead of diminishing, strive to increase the evil in question. While the friends of humanity, in Europe and America, are weeping over their injured fellow creatures, and directing their ingenuity and their labors to the removal of so disgraceful a monument of cruelty and avarice, there are not wanting men who claim the title, and enjoy the privileges of American citizens, who still employ themselves in the odious traffic of human flesh. Yes, in direct opposition to public sentiment and a law of the land, there are ships fitted out every year in the ports of the United States to transport the inhabitants of Africa from their native shores and consign them to all the torments of West India oppression. Fellow citizens, is justice asleep? Is humanity discouraged and silent on account of the many injuries she has sustained? Were not this the case, methinks the pursuit of the beasts of the forest would be forgotten, and such monsters of wickedness would, in their stead, be hunted from the abodes of men. O Africa! Unhappy, ill-fated region! How long shall thy savage inhabitants have reason to utter complaints, and to imprecate the vengeance of heaven against civilization and Christianity? Is it not enough that nature's God has consigned thee to arid plains, to noxious vapors, to devouring beasts of prey, and to all the scorching influences of the torrid zone? Must rapine and violence, captivity and slavery, be superadded to thy torments, and be inflicted too by men who wear the garb of justice and humanity, who boast the principles of a sublime morality, and who hypocritically adopt the accents of the benevolent religion of Jesus? O Africa, thou loud proclaimer of the rapacity, the treachery, and cruelty of civilized man, thou everlasting monument of European and American disgrace, remember not against us our offenses, nor the offenses of our forefathers. Be tender in thy great day of inquiry, and show a Christian world that thou canst suffer and forgive. End of section 81.
Section 82 of The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 82. A forensic dispute on the question, are the Anglo-Americans endowed with capacity and genius equal to Europeans? A. My opinion is decidedly on the affirmative of this question. In this opinion I am confirmed by sound argument and undeniable facts. If nature has lavished her favors on some countries and dealt them out with a sparing hand in others, the Western world is far from being the scene of her parsimony. From a geographical survey of our country, directly the reverse will appear. This continent, extending through all the different climates of the earth, exhibiting on its immense surface the largest rivers and lakes, and the loftiest mountains in the known world, shows us that nature has wrought on her largest scale on this side the Atlantic. The soil is neither so luxuriant as to indulge in sloth, nor so barren as not to afford sufficient leisure from its own culture to attend to that of the mind. These are facts which existed before the migration of our ancestors from Europe. The argument I shall deduce from them to me appears conclusive. The soil and climate of every country is in some measure characteristic of the genius of its inhabitants. Nature is uniform in her works. Where she has stinted the productions of the earth, she also cramps her animal productions, and even the mind of man. Where she has clothed the earth with plenty, there is no deficiency in the animate creation, and man arrives to his full vigor. In the application of these physical causes to our nature, there is an effect produced on the mind as well as the body. The mind receives its tincture from the objects which it contemplates. This we find confirmed by the opposite sensations we feel when viewing a beautiful and variegated landscape, and plotting our course over a craggy way or uniform barren plain. In these contrasted situations, it may almost be said that we possess two different souls, and are not the same beings. Those objects which constantly surround us must have a more permanent effect. Where man is doomed constantly to view the imperfect sketches and caricature paintings of nature, he forms a corresponding part of the group. When placed amidst her most beautiful and magnificent works, we find him elevated in thought and complete in corporal stature. These arguments may seem far-fetched, but when it is admitted that Chimborazo is higher than Tenerife, the Amazon and La Plata superior to the largest rivers in the Old World, and that America abounds with all the productions of nature in as great plenty as any country in Europe, premises will then be established, from which by my reasoning we shall draw the conclusion that if the aborigines of this country are inferior to the savages of other parts of the world, nature must have contradicted her own first principles. But the contrary must appear to every unprejudiced mind, both from reason and observation. It being granted that the savages on this continent possess genius and capacity equal to those on the other, my argument is ended. The affirmative of the question is established, unless those who differ from me should be able to show that by some process, or rather paradox of nature, the mental powers of our forefathers were degenerated by being transplanted to a soil at least as congenial and fertile as that which gave them birth. Should it be any longer contended against me, I should still appeal to facts and rely on the philosophical discoveries and miscellaneous writings of a Franklin, the heroic valor and sagacious prudence of a Washington, the political researches of an Adams, the numerous productions in polite literature, inventions and improvements in the useful arts, and especially that spirit of enterprise which distinguishes our nation. On these I should rely to vindicate the honor of my country, and to combat that prejudice which would degrade the capacity and genius of Americans. B. I have heard your argument with patience, and shall answer it with candor. It is readily granted that there are as large rivers, extensive lakes, and lofty mountains in America as in any other part of the world, but I am totally unacquainted with the art of measuring the capacity and genius of men by the height of the mountains they gaze upon, or the breadth of the river whose margin they chance to inhabit. Whether the savages of our deserts possess mental powers equal to those of other countries is as foreign to my purpose as the Chimborazo, Amazon, or La Plata. I shall admit your premises and look for the materials of my argument on a ground you have slightly passed over, to confute the conclusion you have drawn from them. The question is whether the capacity and genius of Americans is equal to that of Europeans. Let us adopt an unexceptionable rule: judge the tree by its fruit. If the literary productions and works of genius of our countrymen are found superior to those of Europeans, the affirmative of the question must be true. If inferior, the negative, without argument, is supported by fact. Here the balance evidently turns in my favor. Europe can boast its masters in each of the sciences, and its models of perfection in the polite arts. Few Americans pursue the path of science. None have progressed, even so far as those bold and persevering geniuses of other countries who have removed the obstacles and smoothed the way before them. If there chance to spring up among us one whose inclination attaches him to the fine arts, the beggar's pittance, instead of fame and profit, becomes his portion. He is an exotic plant that must be removed to some more congenial soil, or perish at home for want of culture. It is far from my intentions to say anything in derogation of those respectable characters on whom you rely to vindicate the literary honor of our country. But what will be the result of a comparison between a few correct authors, the miscellaneous productions and casual discoveries which we boast of as our own within a century past, and the long and brilliant catalogue of profound scholars, celebrated writers, and those exquisite specimens of taste and genius in the fine arts which have adorned almost every country of Europe within the same period? This comparison would be disgraceful indeed to America. It is granted that her sons are industrious, brave, and enterprising, but if prudent, they will certainly decline the contest with most European nations when the palm of genius is the object of dispute. C. Different climates undoubtedly have a different effect on the bodies and minds of those who inhabit them, and local causes in the same climate may be favorable or adverse to the intellectual powers. A pure, temperate atmosphere and romantic scenery are productive of clear intellects and brilliant imagination. America is far from being deficient in these advantages. The oratory, counsels, and sagacity of its natives prove that their conceptions are by no means cramped by physical causes. This being granted, which cannot be denied, it will be extremely difficult to show a reason why the mental powers of our ancestors or their descendants should suffer a decay in this country so favorable by nature to sound judgment and brilliancy of thought. Instead of forcing ourselves into such an absurd conclusion, we shall make an obvious distinction which will lead to a conclusion not derogatory to the American character, a distinction between natural genius and its improvement by art. One depends on natural causes, the other on the state of society. With a well-supported claim to the former, it is no dishonor to acknowledge ourselves inferior to the elder nations of Europe in the latter. Considering the infant state of our country and the nature of our government, we have more reason to boast than be ashamed of our progress in the fine arts. If not equal in this respect to our mother country, we have made more rapid improvement than any other nation in the world. Our government and habits are republican. They cherish equal rights and tend to an equal distribution of property. Our mode of education has the same tendency to promote an equal distribution of knowledge, and to make us emphatically a republic of letters. I would not be understood adepts in the fine arts, but participants of useful knowledge. In the monarchical and aristocratic governments of Europe the case is far different. A few privileged orders monopolize not only the wealth and honors, but the knowledge of their country. They produce a few profound scholars who make study the business of their lives. We acquire a portion of science as a necessary instrument of livelihood, and deem it absurd to devote our whole lives to the acquisition of implements without having it in our power to make them useful to ourselves or others. They have their thousands who are totally ignorant of letters. We have but very few who are not instructed in the rudiments of science. They may boast a small number of masters in the fine arts. We are all scholars in the useful, and employed in improving the works of nature rather than imitating them. So strong is our propensity to useful employments, and so sure the reward of those who pursue them, that necessity, the mother of invention, has reared but few professional poets, painters, or musicians among us. Those who have occasionally pursued the imitative arts from natural inclination have given sufficient proof that even in them our capacity and genius are not inferior to those of Europeans. But the encouragement they have met shows that the spirit of our habits and government tends rather to general improvement in the useful than partial perfection in the amusing arts. End of section 82. Section 83 of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham, Section 83, extract from an oration delivered at Boston, March 5, 1780, by Jonathan Mason, Jr., Esquire. The rising glory of this Western Hemisphere is already announced, and she is summoned to her seat among the nations of the earth. We have publicly declared ourselves convinced of the destructive tendency of standing armies. We have acknowledged the necessity of public spirit and the love of virtue to the happiness of any people, and we profess to be sensible of the great blessings that flow from them. Let us not then act unworthily of the reputable character we now sustain. Let integrity of heart, the spirit of freedom, and rigid virtue be seen to actuate every member of the Commonwealth. The trial of our patriotism is yet before us, and we have reason to thank Heaven that its principles are so well known and diffused. Exercise towards each other the benevolent feelings of friendship, and let that unity of sentiment which has shone in the field be equally animating in our councils. Remember that prosperity is dangerous, that though successful, we are not infallible. Let this sacred maxim receive the deepest impression upon our minds, that if avarice, if extortion, if luxury and political corruption are suffered to become popular among us, civil discord and the ruin of our country will be the speedy consequence of such fatal vices. But while patriotism is the leading principle, and our laws are contrived with wisdom and executed with vigor, while industry, frugality, and temperance are held in estimation, and we depend upon public spirit and the love of virtue for our social happiness, peace and affluence will throw their smiles upon the brow of individuals. Our commonwealth will flourish, our land will become a land of liberty, and America an asylum for the oppressed. End. End of section 83. End of the Columbian Orator by Caleb Bingham.